Chapter 1050, Wu Yinyun critically ill, 10th update. What else could I have to do with Zuoling? Unless a donkey kicked me in the head. Sheng Guanxi said with a smile, Grandma, rest assured, no more. Really? Really? Sheng Guanxi nodded earnestly, I swear, if I'm ever stupid enough to be with trash like Zuoling again, may lightning strike me down. After receiving Sheng Guanxi's promise, Grandmother Sheng Guan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sheng Guansu, watching Sheng Guanxi with a smile, said, Xiaoxi, you're finally thinking straight. When I knew you were dead set on marrying Zuoling, it worried me so much I couldn't sleep for several nights. Sheng Guanxi raised an eyebrow, really? You care about me that much? You're being heartless now. When have I ever treated you poorly? All right. Sheng Guanxi said with a laugh, Big brother, you're always the best to me. Sheng Guansu was then satisfied. Ni Yang raised his glass to Sheng Guanxi, Sister Xiaoxi, congrats on escaping the wolf's den and being reborn. Also, hoping you'll find your ideal man soon. Speaking of an ideal man, I actually know one, Sheng Guansu said thoughtfully. Who? Ni Yang played along with Sheng Guansu smoothly. Sheng Guansu looked at Sheng Guanxi, Xiaoxi, how about I introduce you to a particularly outstanding young man? No thanks. Sheng Guanxi immediately waved him off, I'm really not in the mood to think about these things at the moment. After all, she had just ended a relationship. How could she possibly be ready to accept a new one so quickly? Since Sheng Guanxi disagreed, Sheng Guansu, as her brother, couldn't force her. After dinner, Sheng Guanxi took her prepared belongings and then went to work. The moment she got off the bus, she saw a familiar figure. It was Sua's mother. Sua's mother was not alone, she stood there with a very plump young woman. Upon seeing Sheng Guanxi, Sua's mother immediately said, There she is. Lai Bao, that's the shameless woman who tricked Lingling out of his bird's nest and watch. Indeed, the young woman standing beside Sua's mother was Chen Lai Bao. Sheng Guanxi had already broken up with Zuoling and naturally did not want to deal with Sua's mother's attitude. Just as she was about to bypass Sua's mother, the woman grabbed Chen Lai Bao's hand and blocked Sheng Guanxi's path. Auntie, may I ask what the matter is? Sheng Guanxi said as politely as possible. Sua's mother did not speak, and Chen Lai Bao, with her chin lifted, stared at Sheng Guanxi, You shameless woman, hurry and return the things you gave to brother Zuoling. What? Sheng Guanxi was taken aback. Chen Lai Bao, hands on her hips and a ferocious look on her face, You look decent enough, so why always do such shameless things? The bird's nest was for brother Zuoling's health, and the watch was a gift for his mother. It's really too shameful to even trick these things away. While being pointed at and scolded, Sheng Guanxi wanted to get angry, but she dared not. Because Chen Lai Bao was simply too fat. At least 300 to 400 pounds. How much did Sheng Guanxi weigh? 98 pounds. Chen Lai Bao could pick her up with one hand. If it came to a fight, Sheng Guanxi couldn't win against her, so at times like these, it was better to seek peace rather than conflict. Seeing that Sheng Guanxi remained silent, Sua's mother stepped forward, I'm telling you, Sheng Guanxi, stop playing dumb. Hurry up and return the bird's nest and watch you tricked from Lingling. Now, Sheng Guanxi understood a bit more. She took out the box of bird's nests and the watch from her bag. Is this what you're talking about? Since she had broken up with Zuoling, she wasn't going to keep his things. She had intended to return them to Zuoling after getting to her unit. Yes, that's it. Chen Lai Bao snatched the items from Sheng Guanxi's hands. You're such a shameless woman. To dare trick these away. Sheng Guanxi was very angry, but she had to suppress the rage inside her. She hadn't dreamed that these items weren't even bought for her by Zuoling. And she never expected that her family's words would come true. Now I'd like to correct 2 points. First, these items were given to me by Zhuoling. Second, I'm not a swindler. Chen Liebao rolled her eyes. If you weren't a swindler, would these things be in your possession? Just look at yourself in the mirror. Do you really think Brother Zhuoling would give you things? Such a shameless person. Sheng Guanxi ignored Chen Liebao and walked around them, heading towards her unit. If she couldn't provoke them, couldn't she at least avoid them? Yet just as she reached the entrance of her unit, there was Zhuoling, waiting. Sheng Guanxi simply ignored Zhuoling. Zhuoling hurried to keep up with Sheng Guanxi's pace. Xiaoxi, listen to my explanation, things really aren't like that. Please give me another chance. Get lost. Of course, Zhuoling wasn't willing to get lost. He thought to himself, since Sheng Guanxi loved him so much, as long as he thickened his skin a bit more, she would definitely forgive him. Sheng Guanxi glanced at Zhuoling. Zhuoling, please keep your distance from me. I'm allergic to scumbags. If you keep this up, watch out, he'll call the police and accuse you of harassment. This is the workplace, don't make it awkward for everyone. After saying that, Sheng Guanxi turned and left. Zhuoling watched Sheng Guanxi's retreating figure, opened his mouth to speak but then sighed and headed toward his office area. Just as he walked into the office, he noticed his colleagues were looking at him with odd expressions. Could it be that they all knew about his rejection by Li Tong yesterday? That bitch Li Tong. Just then, the manager came over and patted Zhuoling on the shoulder. Zhuoling, pack up and leave early. Zhuoling was stunned. Leave early? Leave early to go where? What do you mean? Zhuoling looked at the manager puzzled. The manager said, it means that you've been fired. Fired? Zhuoling couldn't believe what he was hearing. I haven't done anything wrong. On what grounds are you firing me? The manager continued, someone reported that you've been having inappropriate relationships. Is that reason enough? The 1980s were not like the future. Going back a couple of years, engaging in inappropriate relationships would not only result in being fired from your job, but serious cases could even lead to imprisonment. Zhuoling, I'm giving you face, and I hope you'll wise up. Take this opportunity to pack up and leave before we put this on your record. Once this was recorded, it would become a lifelong stain for Zhuoling, and no company would hire him from then on. There was no need to guess, it definitely had to be Li Tong's doing. Yet, Zhuoling couldn't even vent his anger. Under someone's roof, one can't help but bow their head. Zhuoling went to his desk, gathered his things, and then left carrying a cardboard box. None of his colleagues, with whom he used to be so close, were there to see him off. Life could be so ridiculous. At lunchtime, Sheng Guanxi made a point of finding Li Tong and thanking her. Li Tong looked at Sheng Guanxi in surprise. You're thanking me? She had broken up Sheng Guanxi and Zhuoling logically. Sheng Guanxi should have hated her to the core, right? And yet, she was thanking her. Sheng Guanxi smiled. You let me see Zhuoling's true face. Of course, I have to thank you. She wasn't a fool. Li Tong, without any reserve, put her arm around Sheng Guanxi's shoulder. Sheng Guanxi, you're truly Ni Yang's sister. Such clear thinking. I like it. To be deceived by a scumbag to this extent, Li Tong had thought Sheng Guanxi was a blockhead. Unexpectedly, Sheng Guanxi was so smart, not foolish at all. Relations between girls are very simple. After chatting for more than half an hour, they established a profound revolutionary friendship, and after work, they even went out to eat dinner together. At the Wu family. Wu Yenyun had been taking cold medicine for 5 days, but rather than getting better, her cold had gotten worse. She had developed a ring of blisters around her mouth, bright red and frightful to behold. Moreover, because of tonsillitis, she couldn't eat anything solid and could only consume liquid foods, causing her to progressively lose weight. Her symptoms were becoming less and less like a common cold, but when she went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctors all said it was just a cold. Xiaoyun, are you still in a lot of pain? Yan Erju looked at Wu Yanyan with reddening eyes. Wu Yanyan shook her head. Not only could she not eat, but she also couldn't speak. It was extremely uncomfortable. But to keep her parents from worrying, she could only say she wasn't in pain. Wu Jinshu hadn't been to the construction site for a day. Seeing Wu Yanyan like this, he was troubled. I heard Yang Yang is good at medicine. Why don't we have Yang Yang come and check on Yanyan? Upon hearing this, Wu Yanyan grabbed Wu Jinshu's wrist tightly, shaking her head vigorously. She didn't want it. Even if she were to die, she wouldn't want an Yang's treatment. Wu Jinshu sighed. Yanyan, at a time like this, you shouldn't be stubborn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1051, Solving Difficulties, Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, 11 more updates, don't want. She didn't want an Yang's treatment. She just didn't believe that if there wasn't an Yang, she wouldn't be able to live. Wu Yanyan's emotions suddenly became agitated, and she abruptly sat up, pulling out the 4 from her right forearm. Although she couldn't speak now, she could prove her determination through her actions to her family. Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju were startled. All right. They'll just tell Yang Yang not to come over then. Yanyan, don't be angry. Hearing Wu Jinshu say this, Wu Yanyan finally calmed down and lay back on the bed again, exhaling deeply. She didn't know what was wrong with herself. It was just a viral flu, but it felt worse than someone suffering from tuberculosis. Was she really going to die? No. She wouldn't. It was just a flu. She would get better. Wu Yanyan clenched the bedsheets under her, her eyes filled with determination. Yan Erju went to find the nurse. Wu Jinshu sat in front of the bed, sighing with worry. Yang had arranged to go shopping with Han Xiaoyu today, but after waiting a long time at the agreed place, Xiaoyu hadn't shown up, so she reluctantly drove to the Han family's home. Is Xiaoyu home? Yang knocked on the door. Yang is here. Han Xiaoyu saw Yang and apologetically said, I'm sorry, Yang, something came up at home, and I was so rushed that I forgot we had planned to meet today. Yang smiled and said, it's okay, but is everything okay at your place? Han Xiaoyu sighed, the factory closed down, and my parents are unemployed. Yang was startled, then remembered that with the progression of the era and the increase in private businesses, this period was indeed seeing the first wave of layoffs. It was also a time when many unemployed workers ventured into business, becoming the millionaires and billionaires of later generations. But for many, unemployment made life difficult. The Han family had 3 children, all dependent on their parents working at the factory. Now, with both parents unemployed, it was indeed woeful. I remember your dad was the factory manager, right? Yang said. Yes, Han Xiaoyu nodded. Now all institutions are cutting back on staff, and my parents were out yesterday looking for work but found nothing suitable. It was mainly because Han's parents had high standards, and ordinary jobs outside their interests. A thought flashed through Yang's mind, I actually have 2 suitable jobs for your uncle and aunt. Really? Han Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Really? Yang nodded. Han Xiaoyu smiled and said, then come in and let's talk about it. If my parents hear this, they'll definitely be very happy. Yang followed Han Xiaoyu inside. As there were visitors, Han's father and mother graciously welcomed them out. Yang is here. Hello, uncle and aunt, Yang politely greeted. This was Han's father's first meeting with Yang. Are you Xiaoyu's classmate Yang who topped the exams? Yang nodded, yes, uncle, that's me. Han's father, who had always heard Xiaoyu talk about Yang, was finally seeing her in person today. After all, she was the top scholar, a status that, in ancient times, would have meant taking up a high official position immediately. Han's father said with a smile, please sit, the home is modest, don't mind it. Han Xiaoyu went to make tea for Ni Yang. Ni Yang continued, Uncle, Aunt, I heard from Xiaoyu that you've been looking for work recently, is that right? Han's father was initially stunned, then said, yes. Ni Yang said, I have a job here, do you want to give it a try? Han's father's eyes brightened, really? Ni Yang nodded. Han's father then asked, what kind of work do you want to offer us? Do you think the two of us can handle it? I heard from Xiaoyu that uncle, you were previously a factory manager, and aunt was in factory finance, right? Yes. Ni Yang smiled and said, then I will hire you as the factory manager and aunt as the finance manager. The factory was almost built, and the workers were mostly recruited, but they still lacked a factory manager and a finance manager. It just so happened that Ni Yang was worried about finding an experienced factory manager, which solved an urgent need for her. It solved not only Ni Yang's urgent need but also the Han family's. It was a win-win situation. Helping oneself can also help others. Upon hearing this, Mr. Han was shocked. Yang, you're not joking with me, are you? Factory manager. Mr. Han had never imagined that one day he would become a factory manager. Could one become the head of a factory that easily? Mr. Han felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. Although Ni Yang was the top scholar in the nation, she was only an 18 or 19-year-old kid. Could she really manage a factory? Ni Yang shook her head with a smile, why would I joke with you? Mr. Han continued, then where is this factory you are talking about? What does the factory produce? Ni Yang said, to be honest, the factory is my own. Her own factory. Not only Mr. Han was stunned, but so were Han Xiaoyu and Mrs. Han. Was she just boasting? Words alone aren't proof, so let's do this, it'll take you to the factory for a tour. Ni Yang stood up. Considering her age, owning her own factory was indeed incredible. It was normal for Mr. and Mrs. Han to be skeptical. Thus, Ni Yang decided to take them to Jinghua village to clear up their doubts. I'll go get the bicycle, Mr. Han said. Ni Yang smiled, no need to ride a bicycle. I came by car today. Driving? Han Xiaoyu grabbed Ni Yang's arm, oh my god, Yang, you drove here. Is it one of those four-wheel sedans? Ni Yang nodded, yes. Han Xiaoyu swallowed hard. Han Xiaoyu had always known that Ni Yang came from a well-off family, but she had no idea it was to this extent. A sedan. Ordinary families found it hard to even buy a bicycle, yet Ni Yang already had a sedan. Mr. and Mrs. Han exchanged glances, also seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Could the child be playing a trick on them? Only when they all followed Ni Yang out, and sat in the ordinary-looking but luxurious sedan, did they believe that Ni Yang was not lying. Han Xiaoyu, sitting in the passenger seat, exclaimed with excitement, Yang. You're so amazing. You can even drive a car. Oh my goodness. Don't laugh, but this is my first time in a sedan. Before long, the car entered Jinghua village. Han Xiaoyu asked, Yang, does your family live here? Yes, this is Jinghua village. Han Xiaoyu said in amazement, your village is so nice. They even installed street lights. It's like the city, not like a village at all. Mr. and Mrs. Han nodded in agreement. Who would believe this was a rural area if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? It wasn't long before they arrived at the factory. The factory had already been under construction for 2 months. The framework had already emerged because it covered a large area, making it look very imposing. There were about 10 more days to the New Year holiday, so the workers were working extra hard these days. Ni Yang treated them so well, they couldn't let the new year delay the construction schedule. Seeing Ni Yang coming, everyone greeted her enthusiastically. It was evident from everyone's attitude that Ni Yang was very popular. Uncle and Auntie, this side is the production workshop, this side is the dormitory for the workers, this side is the canteen, and over here is the shower room. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, Mr. and Mrs. Han no longer had any doubts. Ni Yang then discussed her plans with Mr. and Mrs. Han. After all, Mr. Han had been a factory manager for over a decade and offered several valuable suggestions to Ni Yang. Meanwhile, the look in Mr. Han's eyes toward Ni Yang changed. Although Ni Yang was only a teenager, her knowledge and experience were far beyond that of her peers, even beyond what he could match. This was truly impressive. After they toured the factory, Ni Yang took Mr. and Mrs. Han to the Ni family home. Han Xiaoyu said, "Yang Yang, this is your house." Ni Yang nodded. "Your home is really beautiful." There was heating in the living room on the first floor. Ni Yang took off her coat as they entered. "Uncle and Auntie, Xiaoyu, please have a seat." The nanny immediately went to make tea. Han Xiaoyu looked around the Ni family's living room, her eyes full of astonishment. She finally understood how Granny Lu felt when she entered the Grand View Garden. Ni Yang continued, "Uncle and Auntie, the factory is expected to start operations after the second month of the new year. Regarding the salaries, the factory manager will get 280 yuan per month, and the financial manager will get 98 yuan. Such high salaries." Mr. Han was taken aback. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1052, Meta Benefactor, 12 more updates. You should know that before this, Han's father's salary was only 128 yuan a month. Ni Yang's salary was nearly more than double the previous amount. Ni Yang said with a smile, "This is just the starting salary. After half a year, it will increase by 100 yuan, and another 100 yuan after a full year. After 15 years, there will even be a car reward." Ni Yang never skimped when it came to treating employees. Moreover, the greater the employee turnover, the greater the damage to a company. A truly good company has a very low resignation rate, practically none at all. Upon hearing this, Han's father's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that true or false?" Ni Yang nodded. "If you and Auntie think it's suitable, let's find a time to sign the contract." Suitable. Of course, it's suitable. With such good treatment, only a fool would disagree. At Ni Yang's warm invitation, Han's father and mother stayed in the Ni family house for dinner that evening. After dinner, Ni Yang drove them home. That very night, Ni Yang drafted the contract, and the next day he went to the Han family's home to have the contract signed. After Ni Yang left, Han's father looked at Han Xiaoyu with a loving face. "Xiaoyu, you've really met your benefactor this time." Ni Yang was so impressive that Han Xiaoyu also felt honored. "That's right, I've told you before, Yang Yang is very amazing." Han's mother stood up and said, "Yang Yang has been gracious to our family. Our family must not forget this kindness in the future." "Your mother is right," agreed Han's father with a nod. Han Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, even if I forget someone, I won't forget Yang Yang." Meanwhile, Wu Yanyan's condition was getting more severe, and she had fallen into a coma, which led the doctor to suggest a transfer to another hospital. Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju were very anxious, and they transferred Wu Yenyun to the city hospital overnight. The conclusion from the city hospital was also that it was a cold. With reddened eyes, Yan Erju said, "How could it be a cold? If it were really just a cold, it wouldn't be this serious." As she spoke, Yan Erju turned to look at Wu Jinshu and continued, why don't you go to Yangyang anyway? Wu Jinshu frowned, but Yenyun, if Wu Yenyun found out, who knew how she might react? Yen Erju said, we're losing her life here. Why care about all that now? Alright. I'll go. Wu Jinshu went to the Ni family's house overnight. The snow was flying outside. When Ni Yang opened the door, Wu Jinshu was covered with a layer of snow, including his eyebrows which were all white. Ni Yang almost didn't recognize him. Yang. Godfather. Why have you come? Please, come in quickly. Wu Jinshu followed Ni Yang inside. Once inside, Ni Yang poured a cup of hot milk tea for Wu Jinshu. Godfather, have some hot drink first to warm up your body. Wu Jinshu rubbed his frozen hands and immediately took the milk tea, drinking it in one gulp. Godfather, it's so late. You must have come to see me for something urgent. Ni Yang said. Wu Jinshu nodded, it's about Yenyun, she's fallen ill. Yang, you must save her. Ni Yang was taken aback, Godfather, don't panic, take it slow and tell me. On the other side, Ni Tsuihua and Shengwan Dehui, hearing the noise, also came down from upstairs. After hearing the whole story, Ni Tsuihua was very nervous. How is Yenyun now? She's okay, right? No matter what, that was her daughter, she couldn't remain unmoved. Furthermore, Ni Tsuihua still felt guilty inside. Wu Jinshu sighed, the situation is very bad now, otherwise, I wouldn't have come looking for Yang. Ni Yang put down the cup and looked up at Wu Jinshu, Godfather, the reason you didn't come before was because Yenyun wouldn't let you, right? It could be heard from Wu Jinshu's words that Wu Yangyun's illness had been dragging on for a long time. If Wu Yenyun hadn't stopped him, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju would not have waited until Wu Yenyun had already fallen into a coma before coming to find her. Thus, Ni Yang could guess that previously, Wu Yenyun had stopped Wu Jinshu from coming over. Wu Jinshu was silent. Because Ni Yang had hit the nail on the head about the true circumstances. On the other hand, who would want to get involved in such a thankless task? If Ni Yang saved Wu Yenyun and she recovered, what would happen if rather than being grateful, she blamed Ni Yang for meddling in her affairs? Wu Jinshu sighed softly. Now, even if Ni Yang truly ignored Wu Yenyun, he had no right to blame him. Forget it. They would think of other methods. Ni Tsuihua was also stunned, having been preoccupied with worrying about Wu Yenyun, she had overlooked this point. Ni Yang then said, saving a life is urgent, Godfather, let's go. Ah. Wu Jinshu was startled. He hadn't expected Ni Yang to come up with such a statement suddenly. He had even been prepared for Ni Yang to refuse. Unexpectedly, Ni Yang had agreed at this moment. Ni Yang said with a smile, I am a doctor. In the face of life and death, I cannot remain indifferent. It also goes against my teacher's admonitions. Besides, our Ni family owes Yenyun a life. This time, it's as if I am returning what our Ni family owes her. A life for a life. It was fair. In doing so, it would also make Ni Tsuihua feel better, so she wouldn't always feel as though she owed Wu Yenyun something. Once there was a sense of debt in one's heart, it would become a burden, and Ni Yang didn't want Ni Tsuihua to feel burdened. Wu Jinshu's eyes reddened, Yang, thank you. Ni Yang put on his coat, donned his scarf, let's go. I'll go with you, said Ni Tsuihua. I'm coming too, said Shengwan Dehui. When several people arrived at the hospital and saw Wu Yanyan's condition, Ni Yang was also taken aback. Because Wu Yanyan's situation was quite serious. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be difficult to associate her with the lively Wu Yanyan of before. Ni Kuihua's eyes immediately reddened, and she leaned on Shengwan Dihui's shoulder, gently sobbing. It's okay, Dia, Yenyun will definitely be fine, Shangguan Dehui consoled her. Ni Yang sat down to take Wu Yanyun's pulse. After a long while, she finally released Wu Yanyun's wrist. Ni Tzuhua hurriedly asked, "How is she, Yang Yang?" Ni Yang said, "Don't worry, it's not a big problem." "That's good," Ni Tzuhua breathed a sigh of relief. "Then what's wrong with Xiaoyun?" Yan Erju asked. Ni Yang said, "It's a viral cold caused by an allergic reaction. I'll give her some acupuncture first, and then after taking 2 doses of traditional Chinese medicine, she should be fine." "Is it really just a cold?" Wu Jinshu was somewhat surprised because the hospital treatment had not been effective, and they had thought it was not a cold. Ni Yang nodded, "It's a cold, but it's quite different from a regular cold. It's a sequelae of external allergies, so common cold medicines are not only ineffective but can also aggravate the condition. If it were any later, the problem would have been rather tricky." Ni Yang wasn't exaggerating. If it had been delayed another day or 2, and the virus had invaded the heart and lungs, Wu Yenyun would have been beyond saving. It was also her fate not to die yet. Yan Erju wiped her tears and said, "This child is so stubborn. Your godfather has been saying we should have you come take a look, but she just wouldn't agree. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged on this long. Godmother, don't worry. I'm going to give Yenyun acupuncture right now. After the acupuncture, she can be discharged. I'm going to talk to Yenyun's chief doctor to see if he can arrange a sterile room for us." After all, this was in a hospital. If acupuncture were done recklessly in the ward, there could be a risk of infection. Wu Yanyun's chief doctor was an old doctor in his 50s. After hearing what Ni Yang had to say, he immediately arranged a sterile room for her. Finally, he asked, "Young lady, is your name Ni Yang?" Ni Yang nodded, "Yes." "So you're the divine doctor who cured Mr. Abner's mother's stubborn illness." "Wow! I've finally met the real person today." The doctor excitedly shook Ni Yang's hand. Mr. Abner's mother's illness had seen countless big hospitals, but no doctor was sure they could cure her. However, not long ago, Mr. Abner's mother unexpectedly recovered fully. This could be described as a medical miracle. And the person who cured her was just a girl in her teens named Ni Yang. From then on, Ni Yang was called the Divine Doctor by scholars in the medical field and became a legend in the field. Before Ni Yang could say anything, the old doctor continued, "Right, Divine Doctor, when you do the acupuncture later, can I let our hospital's doctors observe and learn from the side? Ancient medicine is a legend of China. If it could be integrated with Western medicine, it would surely benefit mankind. A doctor's heart is benevolent." Ni Yang was never a stingy person, of course, no problem. The old doctor didn't expect Ni Yang to agree so readily and said stunned, "Then thank you, Divine Doctor. I'll go tell everyone now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1053, Completely Give Up, 13th Update. Although Ni Yang was performing acupuncture on Wu Yenyun with many doctors standing by, she was not nervous at all. She remained as composed as ever. Her movements in inserting the needles were smooth and flowing, and from a distance, there was even a hint of an artistic martial flair. The doctors watching were dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that a teenager could be so skilled? After more than 2 hours of acupuncture, Wu Yanyun's condition gradually improved, and her originally pale face started to turn rosy, with the blisters on the corner of her mouth also shrinking. While they hadn't completely disappeared, they were at least not as disturbing as in the beginning. Ancient medicine is truly miraculous. Our ancestors' legacy is indeed marvelous, isn't it? After the acupuncture session, Wu Yenyun was taken out, and Ni Yang was surrounded by a group in the middle, answering various medical questions. Although she was younger than everyone present, her aura was not the least bit diminished. With confident eyes and sophisticated speech, she provided the most professional answers to the most complicated problems, earning everyone's genuine admiration. Ni Yang's tone was neither fast nor slow, perfect for the doctors to take notes. One of the female doctors felt more and more familiar with Ni Yang as she watched. "Little divine doctor, you're the national top scholar of this year, aren't you?" Ni Yang had appeared on television 3 times this year, so anyone who had seen the news would have some impression of her. Ni Yang nodded with a smile, "Yes." The female doctor covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my! Oh my! I knew you looked familiar. So you are the national top scholar Ni Yang, right? My child adores you. Could you give me an autograph?" "Of course." The female doctor was thrilled to death, passing her notebook to Ni Yang. "Little divine doctor, please sign here. My child is taking the college entrance exam next year. Ever since he saw your news, he's been so much more diligent in studying, and even says he wants to be the top scholar too." As Ni Yang took the notebook, she asked, "What's your child's name?" "Shen Haoren, Haoren as in the great poet Meng Haoren." Ni Yang nodded and wrote on the notebook, "Through a decade of toiling over books under a cold window, all in hope of being honored on the list of success, wishing student Wang Haoren leaps through the dragon gate like a carp." December 20th, 1985. Signed, Ni Yang. The characters Ni Yang wrote were powerful yet unrestrained, impressively beautiful. The female doctor received the notebook with both hands. "Thank you, little divine doctor. Our child will be so happy to see this." "You're welcome," Ni Yang said with a slight smile. When she returned to the ward, Ni Yang was surprised to see Ni Tsuehua and Shengwan Dehui standing outside, and asked, "Mom and Dad, why are you standing outside?" It was winter, and the corridor was so cold. Ni Tsuehua sighed, looking somewhat upset. "Well, Yan Yun has woken up. Has she started making a fuss again?" Ni Yang spoke in an indifferent tone, her rhetorical question sounding more like a statement. Ni Tsuehua nodded. Not only had Wu Yenyun made a fuss, but the words she uttered were particularly nasty. Very hurtful. Ni Tsuehua couldn't bear to hear them, and she thought that if Ni Yang heard them, she probably couldn't bear them either. Ni Yang's eyes remained indifferent. "Let her fuss. What's out of sight is out of mind. After all, we don't owe her anything anymore." Ni Yang had long been disappointed in this sister. Wu Yanyun's reaction after waking up was also within her expectations, so she was not surprised at all. Shengwan Dehui nodded. "Yang Yang is right, Dia, we don't owe Yanyun anything anymore, and you don't have to feel guilty either. Whether as her mother or as Ni Yang being her sister, you both have done very well. You don't owe her anything. There's no need to always indulge her." In Shengwan Dehui's view, Wu Yenyun truly lacked any sense of gratitude. If she had even a shred of gratitude, she wouldn't have treated Ni Tsuehua like this today. By now, Ni Tsuehua had also come to a realization. From now on, she would act as if she had never given birth to this daughter. Just then, Wu Jinshu came out of the ward, his face filled with shame as he said, "Yang Yang, Dad Yang, Mom Yang, I'm so sorry. It's our fault for not raising our child properly." Even though Wu Jinshu had been mentally prepared, he still didn't expect Wu Yanyun's reaction to be so extreme. She was not only ungrateful but turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Aside from apologizing, Wu Jinshu could think of no other solution. Sigh. Just then, a vase was thrown from inside and smashed against the door. Crash! It shattered to pieces. Without a doubt, it was Wu Yenyun who had thrown the vase, and the situation inside the ward must have been very bad. Wu Jinshu's brow twitched, and his feelings of guilt intensified. Ni Yang shook her head and handed Wu Jinshu a piece of paper. "Godfather, this is the prescription. I've written down the specific dosages and how to brew it. Just follow the instructions, and if you have any problems, you can contact me. She now had no relationship with Wu Yenyun, so whatever Wu Yenyun did, she wouldn't be upset. Sister or not, she wasn't worth it. Wu Jinshu said, Yang, thank you. I will talk to Yenyun and persuade her well. Yang smiled and said, no need to persuade her anymore. You and godmother raised Yenyun to adulthood, and both my mom and I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, Yenyun and I are not fated to be sisters, and she is not fated to be my mother's daughter either. From now on, you'll just act as if I don't have this sister. This was probably the first time Yang had spoken so harshly in front of Wu Jinshu. After a pause, Yang continued, but rest assured, I still hold firm to what I said before, you and godmother will always be my godparents. After all, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju saved Wu Yenyun, and that made them benefactors of the Ni family. Wu Yenyun could choose not to acknowledge that. But the people who saved Wu Yenyun could not go unrecognized. No matter what, one shouldn't live without a conscience. Wu Jinshu's eyes reddened, suddenly at a loss for words. Yang was too sensible to the point where it made him feel guilty. If only Wu Yenyun could be a little sensible too, then he wouldn't be in such a difficult position. Actually, Wu Yenyun used to be very obedient and well-behaved. He didn't know when she had changed into what she was now. Yang went on, Yenyun has just woken up, so it's not good for her to get too agitated. You should go in and calm her down. Nothing is more important than her life. We will be heading back. Wu Jinshu insisted on escorting Yang and her company out of the hospital. After getting into the car, Yang asked, Mom, now that Yenyun is no longer connected to our family, can you really let go of her? Tsuhua looked out the window with a relieved smile, just like you said, there's no mother-daughter fate between us. A melon forced is not sweet, let it go, I've come to terms with it. Now that her heart was unburdened, Tsuhua didn't owe Wu Yenyun anything anymore. It eases my mind to hear you say that. As time went by, the year-end was rapidly approaching. Today was the 28th of the 12th lunar month, and the day after tomorrow would be Chinese New Year's Eve. Since the new year was just around the corner, Yang had closed all of the pure jade skin stores and gave all the employees a 10-day holiday. In addition, she gave them a lot of New Year's gifts. Even though pure jade skin could earn a lot in a single day, she knew money was never ending. To Chinese people, celebrating the new year is of utmost importance, and she didn't want the employees to think of her as an inhumane boss. Besides, there's no end to earning money, it doesn't matter if she earns a bit more or less. Additionally, the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant also ceased operation for 10 days. They would resume work on the 8th day of the new lunar year. During these days, Wu Yanyun's health also improved day by day. Yen Erju smiled and said, Yenyun, you owe a lot to Yang. Without her, you might still be lying in that hospital bed. At the mention of Yang, the smile on Wu Yanyun's face suddenly faded. If she hadn't meddled, maybe I would have recovered a long time ago. Yenyun. Did I say something wrong? Wu Yenyun turned to look at Yen Erju. Mom, don't forget, Yang is just a doctor. Maybe all of this was a scheme she cooked up with the doctor. She wants me to be grateful to her. She wants me to forgive her. But Yang nearly cost her her life, why should she forgive Yang? She would never forgive Yang. Yen Erju continued, Yenyun, you have too many misunderstandings about Yang. She's not that kind of person and she would never do such a thing. It was her who did this. Wu Yenyun continued, firstly, she wanted to kill me because she was jealous of me, she was afraid I would compete with her for the inheritance. Secondly, she wanted to use this incident to make me forgive her. It's simply killing two birds with one stone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1054, She's Just Like a Joke, Chapter 14, but Ni Yang never considered if she would care about the Ni family's businesses. Did Ni Yang really think they were the same kind of person? What a joke. Wu Yanyan now hated Ni Yang so much. Hated her to the bone. Because of Ni Yang's presence, she stole all the attention from those around her. Even the gentle and elegant Mr. Du was deceived by Ni Yang. What gave Ni Yang the right? In what way was she inferior to Ni Yang? Why did everyone stand on Ni Yang's side? Was this really fair to her? Yan Erju sighed helplessly. Forget it, I won't talk to you about it anymore, and you shouldn't be angry. Anyway, Yang Yang and her mother have already decided to cut ties with you. Even if you regret it now and come to your senses, it's too late. Wu Yanyan said, I am the one who cut ties with them, not the other way around. They don't have the right to cut ties with me. Erju didn't continue the conversation. The room was just too stuffy. Wu Yanyan took a deep breath. Mom, I'm going out for a walk. Erju nodded her head. The snow had just fallen, and the air outside was refreshing. Wu Yanyan, looking at the pure white surroundings, felt her eyes slowly start to moisten. She felt like a joke. Her adoptive parents didn't understand her. Any sorrow in her heart had to be suppressed by herself. Maybe this was the difference between biological and non-biological. After standing outside for a long time, Wu Yanyan finally calmed down and headed back inside. A little while later, Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong, having finished their snowball fight, came back in, and the atmosphere in the Wu family warmed up a bit. Wu Yanyan watched Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong, suddenly envious of these two younger brothers. If she had been born to Yan Erju, it definitely wouldn't be like it was today. The new year was fast approaching, so today Ni Yang and Immortality went together to the Mo family to visit the two elders. Knowing that Ni Yang was coming, Old Master Mo and Old Madam Mo had prepared a pile of fruit and a table full of dishes early on. As soon as Ni Yang and Immortality entered the Mo family's gate, Mo Huti dashed over from the side. Sister Ni Yang. Bang! Because of the sudden impact, Ni Yang staggered, nearly falling backward, but fortunately, a hand swiftly supported her waist, its slender fingers giving a gentle pinch there. It felt tingling, like a mild electric shock. Ni Yang glanced back with a slight frown at Immortality. Immortality pursed his lips in a slight smile. Let's go inside. Xiao Dai, you have to be careful next time. You almost knocked your future little auntie over just now. Mo Huti tilted her head and laughed. Thankfully, little uncle was there to heroically save the beauty. Little girl. Mo Chishan reached out and tapped Mo Huti's head. Ni Yang said, Xiao Dai seems to have grown quite a bit taller again. Mo Huti nodded vigorously. Right, Sister Ni Yang, I'm now 1.50 meters. I grew more than 10 centimeters in the second half of the year. The heating in the Mo family's house was very warm, and as soon as Ni Yang entered, she took off her coat, which Mo Chishan smoothly took from her, draping it over his arm. Yang is here. Hearing the noise, Old Master Mo and Old Madam Mo came out from inside the house. Uncle, Auntie, Ni Yang greeted politely. You've lost weight, you're thinner again, Old Madam Mo said, holding Ni Yang's hand. Is it because you've been under too much stress lately? Ni Yang shook her head with a smile. No, maybe I just naturally don't gain weight. Another reason was dietary therapy. Having stuck with it for so long, how could there not be any effect at all? But in the eyes of the older generation, being able to eat well is a blessing, and being chubby is even more so. Therefore, Ni Yang didn't mention the dietary therapy. Old Madam Mo said, You look so skinny, those legs, and your waist, Chishan could break it with just one hand. Yang Yang, you need to eat more. Only by eating more can you put on weight. Mo Kishin's gaze was indifferent. Although Ni Yang looked thin, her figure was very well proportioned. Where she should be slim, there wasn't an ounce of excess fat, and where she shouldn't be slim, she wasn't the slightest bit underweight. Thinking this, a deep color pooled in the depth of Mo Kishin's eyes, and he quickly averted his gaze, suppressing the jumble of thoughts at the back of his mind, picked up a cup from the table, and downed the cold water inside in one go. During dinner, Grandma Mo kept piling meat into Ni Yang's bowl. Ni Yang, unable to refuse the kindness, would pass the uneaten portions into Mo Kishin's bowl, whether she had touched them or not, all of it ended up in Mo Kishin's bowl. Mo Kishin wasn't picky and accepted everything wholeheartedly. Most importantly, he seemed to really enjoy it. Seeing the affection between the young couple, both Grandpa Mo and Grandma Mo felt relieved. After the meal, Ni Yang and Grandma Mo chatted, while Grandpa Mo pulled Mo Kishin aside. "Dad, did you want to see me about something?" Without saying another word, Grandpa Jing took out 2 cards from his pocket and stuffed them into Mo Kishin's pocket. "Take these." "What are you doing?" Mo Kishin was taken aback. "I'm giving you money." Grandpa Jing looked at Mo Kishin as if he were looking at a fool. Mo Kishin helplessly handed back the cards to Grandpa Jing. "Dad, I'm not short on money right now." "Nonsense." Grandpa Jing's face hardened. Nowadays, young people need money for dining out, dating, attending concerts, watching movies. Doesn't each of these require money? I remember it's been a long time since your mother and I have given you money, right? You rascal, why act with pretension with your own parents? Just say if you are short on cash. You can't expect Yang Yang to support you. At this, Grandpa Mo landed a kick on Mo Kishin's foot. "Dad!" Mo Kishin exclaimed, "Are you serious? I am your own son." Grandpa Mo said proudly, "If you weren't my own son, you wouldn't enjoy this kind of special treatment." Mo Kishin, Grandpa Mo went on, "If you're running low on cash, just let me know. Don't even think about saving money when dating. Our family is wealthy, and you don't need to save. Take the money." "I really don't need money." Grandpa Mo glared at Mo Kishin, gruffly saying, "If you say you don't need money one more time, I'll break your legs." Mo Kishin, fine, he would just keep his mouth shut. The father and son were talking at the stairwell turn, and just at that moment, Xiao Yingying happened to be coming downstairs and saw everything. A sneer curled the corner of Xiao Yingying's mouth. This Mo Kishin was really too pathetic. How old was he, still taking money from his family? Mud is mud, it could never be put on the wall. Xiao Yingying shook her head, shedding the sneer from her face, and walked past the 2 men. Seeing Xiao Yingying, Mo Kishin frowned slightly. "Why hasn't she left yet?" Grandpa Mo said indifferently, "It seems like Baichuan's aunt and uncle went abroad for a vacation, so she hasn't left yet. In the end, one more person is just another pair of chopsticks. Don't bother about her." Mo Kishin kept an impassive face and said no more. Xiao Yingying went straight to the living room and saw Ni Yang there. The mocking look in her eyes, which had faded, now re-emerged. She used to be so jealous of Ni Yang, but she wasn't the least bit jealous anymore. So what if Ni Yang was pretty? Being beautiful didn't change the fact that she was marrying a loser like Mo Kishin. Xiao Yingying didn't even want to greet them and left the Mo family's living room, just in time to run into Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong at the entrance. "Cousin Yingying, where are you going?" asked Mo Baichuan. "I'm going to the department store to buy some stuff," said Xiao Yingying, and as if she had just remembered something, she pulled Mo Baichuan aside, lowering her voice arrogantly. "Cousin, let me ask you something." "Go ahead." Xiao Yingying continued, "Chinese New Year is around the corner. Will Mr. Ma come here to celebrate?" Mo Baichuan sighed. "Yingying, How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know Mr. Mogg. I really don't. Why did everyone think he knew Mr. Mogg? Xiao Yingying said disbelievingly, cousin, stop lying to me. I'm your cousin. No matter if you beat Xiao Yingying to death, she wouldn't believe that Mo Baichuan didn't know Mr. Mogg. If Mo Baichuan didn't know Mr. Mogg, then Mr. Mogg wouldn't have brought a gift to Grandma Mo's birthday banquet. Did they think she was a fool? Xiao Yingying went on, cousin, just tell me. I swear I'll keep it secret. I won't tell anyone. Knowing when Mr. Mogg would come over, she could also dress up and prepare. Yingying, Mo Baichuan said with a frown, stop messing around. Xiao Yingying pouted, don't tell me then. It's not a big deal. If not, she would just dress up beautifully every day after the new year. That way, Mr. Mogg would see the most perfect her. A faint smile crossed Xiao Jingrong's lips, her eyes filled with smugness. Perhaps Xiao Yingying could never dream that Mo Baichuan was Mr. Mogg. She looked forward to seeing Xiao Yingying's reaction when she found out the truth. By then, the scene would certainly be very exciting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1055, Boss Tricks Yang, 15 updates. Xiao Jingrong became increasingly smug and walked up to Mo Baichuan, whispering softly, Baichuan, let's go inside. Mo Baichuan nodded and followed Xiao Jingrong inside. Hiss. Just then, a sharp pain shot through Xiao Jingrong's hand. Why was he suddenly using so much strength? Xiao Jingrong turned to look at Mo Baichuan, only to see his gaze fixed on the sofa in the living room. There were two people sitting on the sofa. It was Ni Yang and Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan was peeling an orange for Ni Yang, who was eating it and talking to Mo Qishan, a faint smile spilling over her lips, her eyes clear and bright, dimples shallow, a beauty almost like jade. How beautiful was Ni Yang! Beautiful enough to make Xiao Jingrong, a self-important heiress, feel utterly astounded. Every encounter with her was dazzling. Ni Yang was so beautiful, and she was interested in Mo Qishan, that loser. Could it be that her intentions were not on the surface? Xiao Jingrong narrowed her eyes slightly, subtly withdrawing her gaze from Ni Yang and turning towards Mo Baichuan. She now had an intuition that Ni Yang had come for Mo Baichuan. Yes. It must be so. How could she do this? Ni Yang was shameless. Mo Baichuan was her boyfriend. She wouldn't allow anyone to steal him away. Xiao Jingrong tightened her grip on Mo Baichuan's hand, determined to keep a close watch on him from now on. Uncle Six, Mo Baichuan greeted Mo Qishan respectfully as he walked over. Uncle Six, Miss Ni, Xiao Jingrong also greeted, following behind. Mo Qishan lifted his eyelids slightly, Ni Yang nodded politely at Xiao Jingrong. Although there were some grievances between her and Xiao Jingrong, she was, after all, an elder, and elders naturally behave generously. Why bother with a junior? Xiao Jingrong smiled and said, Miss Ni hasn't come with Uncle Six for a while, right? Yes, Ni Yang nodded slightly. Your Uncle Six has been busy lately. He only just found time at the end of the year. Busy? Busy with what? Busy turning into a loser. Those words, only Ni Yang could utter them without biting her tongue. Xiao Jingrong almost laughed out loud, the mocking expression in her eyes growing more apparent. Seems Uncle Six is indeed a very busy man, Xiao Jingrong said. Ni Yang was non-committal, as if she hadn't understood the implication in Xiao Jingrong's words. Xiao Jingrong continued, I wonder what Miss Ni has been busy with recently. Just casually keeping busy, said Ni Yang in a light tone. Xiao Jingrong smiled and said, they say birds of a feather flock together. Uncle Six is a busy man, and so is Miss Ni. But who stays busy just casually? Miss Ni must be busy with some great enterprise, right? The sentence was laden with heavy irony. Other than being beautiful, what other merits did Ni Yang possess? Though she was the Jing family's long-lost daughter, she was born a peasant, a true country bumpkin. How many notable ladies did she know in this circle? Compared with her, Ni Yang couldn't even match a single strand of her hair. Zhao Jingrong intended to make Ni Yang lose all face in front of Mo Baichuan thoroughly, to trample Ni Yang underfoot completely. Only thus could she ensure that Mo Baichuan wouldn't be seduced away by Ni Yang. Otherwise, Zhao Jingrong always felt uneasy. Ni Yang smiled faintly, lowering her eyes towards Zhao Jingrong, her dimples shallow. Jingrong, let's go eat fish sometime, you seem quite good at picking bones. Eat fish? Ni Yang wanted to go with her to eat fish. Zhao Jingrong was initially stunned, then realized what Ni Yang meant. Her face turned alternating shades of red and white, quite unsightly. Ni Yang, this vixen. She dared to mock her. Although Zhao Jingrong was furious inside, she still maintained a smile on her face. Miss Ni really has a sense of humor. Ni Yang's eyes and brows were clear and sharp. Jingrong, you're too modest. Jingrong is young and tends to speak out of turn, not a match for Auntie Six. If she has been offensive, I hope Auntie Six will show some mercy. Mo Baichuan intervened, trying to defuse the situation for Zhao Jingrong. Why was Ni Yang targeting Zhao Jingrong? It was just because Zhao Jingrong was his girlfriend. Ni Yang was jealous of Zhao Jingrong. Mo Baichuan knew Ni Yang too well, everything she did was for him. Including Ni Yang's visit to the Mo family today, it was because of him. Ni Yang must have known that he would bring Zhao Jingrong home today, so she came back with Mo Qixin. However, Ni Yang was still stubborn, not admitting she liked him. He really didn't know what she meant by playing hard to get. Ni Yang knew Mo Baichuan's character well. She knew he must have fantasized about something again. She was really having a tough time. Ni Yang rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat headache. Mo Qixin spoke lightly, nephew, if we are talking about age, Yang is even 5 years younger than your girlfriend. As a junior, she should act like one. Being young is no excuse for incompetence. That's true, Mo Baichuan swallowed his words. After his uncle spoke, Mo Baichuan continued, by the way, Uncle Six, Jingrong and I are planning to get engaged after the new year, he said, sneaking a glance at Ni Yang. Ni Yang looked indifferent, as if there were no particular emotions on her face. But Mo Baichuan knew Ni Yang hid all her feelings inside. Hearing this, Ni Yang must have felt extremely uncomfortable. Mo Qixin paused. At the beginning of the year, I heard you two were planning to get engaged. Why hasn't it been settled yet? These words made Zhao Jingrong feel uneasy too. Because at the beginning of the year, Mo Baichuan did mention it, but then he got busy with work and never brought it up again. Eventually, the matter was left unresolved. Now, Mo Baichuan brought it up again. Could it be that he was serious this time? Mo Baichuan smiled. Uncle Six has a good memory. I did mention it at the beginning of the year, but work got busy, and it was put off. Now that I have time after the new year, we plan to finalize everything during that time. Zhao Jingrong's expression brightened. Great. She finally saw the light after the long wait. Then let me congratulate you in advance, Mo Qixin said indifferently. Thank you, Uncle Six. Feeling a bit suffocated by the atmosphere downstairs and Mo Baichuan's odd looks, Ni Yang turned to Mo Qixin. Brother Mo, shall we go up to the Sky Garden for a walk? Sure, Mo Qixin nodded. Mo Baichuan watched Ni Yang's retreating figure, his eyes full of mockery. Was she unable to handle just an engagement announcement? What would happen on the day he and Zhao Jingrong got married? Yes, Ni Yang would definitely reveal her true colors then. He was looking forward to that day. On the top floor of the Mo family house, there was a transparent glass house filled with many flowers and plants. Despite it being winter, the glass house was blooming with flowers. Seeing the beautiful plants, Ni Yang's mood instantly improved. After walking out of the sky garden, Ni Yang and Mo Qishan played games in a room on the third floor. Because Ni Yang really didn't want to see that narcissistic Mo Baichuan. And with Zhao Jingrong speaking sarcastically, and the new year approaching, Ni Yang didn't want to let insignificant people affect her mood. Mo Qishan held a game controller in one hand and picked up a cigarette with the other. Click, the lighter sparked, filling the air with a faint smell of smoke. Yang, do you want one? Mo Qishan smiled at Ni Yang. No, Ni Yang spoke indifferently, smoking is bad for health, don't you know? Mo Qishan took a deep drag on his cigarette, then blew a beautiful smoke ring. Really don't want one? No, Ni Yang shook her head. Mo Qishan slightly raised his eyebrows. Before Ni Yang realized it, she was pressed down on the couch, a large shadow looming over her, his thin lips against hers, cool and tingling. He transferred all the smoke from his mouth into hers. The dense smoke hit her, and Ni Yang's eyes widened. He was too wicked. Using this trick. It was a long while before Mo Qishan let go of her, his tone low, tasty. Getting skillful. Ni Yang slightly raised her eyebrows. It's all thanks to the boss training, Mo Qishan's thin lips parted lightly. Your face is truly thick. Ni Yang reached out and pinched Mo Qishan's cheek. Mo Qishan wrapped his arm around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. Yang, how come I just like you so much? Ni Yang smiled, men's mouths, deceiving devils. You like me now, but when I am old and faded, perhaps you won't like me anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1056, Grasshoppers After Autumn Are Not to Be Feared. Chapter 16 Update. Mo Qishan looked at Ni Yang and said seriously, I want. No matter when, I will never change my heart, unless you reject me first. Really? Ni Yang slightly raised her eyebrows. Absolutely sincere, heaven and earth can witness. Ni Yang then said, I'm thirsty now, can you go downstairs and bring up my teacup? Right away. Mo Qishan immediately rose from the sofa and headed downstairs. Ni Yang had originally planned to return home in the afternoon, but after spending time with Mo Qishan, it suddenly became evening, so she ended up staying at the Mo family for dinner. Zhao Jingrong didn't go back either. Although old Madame Mo and old Master Mo did not like Zhao Jingrong, she was now Mo Baichuan's girlfriend, and since Mo Baichuan insisted on being with her, the elderly couple found it inappropriate to say anything. At the dinner table, Mo Baichuan brought up his engagement with Zhao Jingrong once again. Upon hearing this, old Master Mo looked up at Mo Baichuan. As long as you have thought it through, what about your parents, have you talked to them? He didn't want to persuade any more at this point. Because no amount of persuasion would be useful. Children and grandchildren have their own fortune, as long as his son and daughter-in-law were fine, he, as a grandfather, was fine too. Mo Baichuan nodded, don't worry, I have communicated everything with them. Old Master Mo said, as long as you have talked it through with them, just proceed with the arrangements when the time comes. Mo Baichuan was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting old Master Mo to be so easy to talk to. He thought old Master Mo would object. Zhao Jingrong sat shyly on the side, her heart sweet as if filled with honey. This was perfect. Finally, they had reached this day. Soon, she would be the envied Mrs. Mogg. After the meal, Mo Chishan prepared to take Ni Yang home. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Ni Yang suddenly remembered she had left something upstairs, thus, Mo Chishan went up to retrieve it while she went to the restroom. Coming out of the restroom, she was blocked by a tall figure. Ni Yang frowned slightly, looked up, and saw that it was Mo Baichuan. Seeing Mo Baichuan, Ni Yang felt overwhelmed. She didn't know why, although she hadn't done anything. Mo Baichuan always thought she liked him, self-confident without any reason. Mo Baichuan looked at Ni Yang and said, word by word, Ni Yang, I'm giving you one last chance. I'm about to get engaged to Jingrong. By then, even if you regret it, it'll be too late. He was giving himself a chance, and also giving Ni Yang a chance. He didn't want Ni Yang to have regrets. More importantly, he didn't want to have regrets himself. Ni Yang was astute, knowing that she was playing hard to get, yet he still fell for her irresistibly. Although Mo Baichuan didn't want to admit it, Ni Yang had indeed achieved her goal. Mo Baichuan, let me emphasize seriously one more time, I have no interest in you, not even a cent's worth. I only like your uncle Mo Chishan. Only him. Saying this, Ni Yang pointed to her head, if there's something wrong here, you should hurry to the hospital for a checkup. Don't fantasize all day, it's easy to develop a mental illness that way. Mo Baichuan's expression turned cold. Ni Yang, stop pretending. Is there any point in keeping up this act? Aren't you tired? Resisting the urge to curse, Ni Yang pushed Mo Baichuan away, her brow furrowed. Mo Baichuan, I'm now your uncle's girlfriend, and I will be your future aunt. Please show some respect in front of your elders. With that, Ni Yang walked outside. Mo Baichuan was a martial artist, and not many people could push him, yet Ni Yang had done it, seemingly without much effort. Mo Baichuan watched Ni Yang's retreating figure, licked his molars, his eyes filled with dangerous intent. If that was the case, he could only let Ni Yang regret it herself. He would definitely give Zhao Jingrong an enviable, grand wedding. Ni Yang arrived at the door just as Mo Chishan came down from upstairs. Yang, your bag. Ni Yang took the bag and got into the car with Mo Chishan. Big brother Mo, I think your nephew has a problem. Ni Yang had wanted to discuss this matter with Mo Chishan. After all, couples should be open and honest with each other, without any secrets. However, she was worried that if she spoke out, it might impact the relationship between Mo Chishan and Mo Baichuan. They say that beauty is a source of trouble, and she couldn't bear being a sinner. After careful consideration, Ni Yang decided not to mention it. As long as she kept her distance from Mo Baichuan, that would be enough. Mo Chishan dropped Ni Yang off at Jinghua village. Yang, it's too late now, so I won't go in. Tomorrow morning at 10:30, I'll come to pick you up. Pick me up to go where? Ni Yang asked, somewhat curious. The day after tomorrow is New Year's. Let's go to Brother Du's place tomorrow and have a look, Mo Chishan replied. Ni Yang curiously said, isn't he going back to Shanghai for the New Year? He's not going back. Mo Chishan said. Alright, Ni Yang nodded slightly, I got it. Today was the 29th of the 12th lunar month, and the Ni family was bustling with activity. Almost everyone had gathered around the stove to fry New Year's treats. Stuff like meatballs, radish balls, lotus root balls, and they had to steam the steamed buns. This was the first time Shangguan had tried making these things by hand. She was making them while simultaneously chatting with Ni Yang, and soon she had prepared a series of round, plump balls. Even Shangguan Su was sitting with his sisters, kneading dough. Old Lady Shangguan and Old Lady Jing were in charge of the stove, one tending the fire and the other frying the balls. Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui had gone to rinse rice and wash vegetables. Close to the New Year holiday, not only had the factory workers taken time off, but the Ni family's nanny had also gone home for the holidays. Old Master Zheng was outside in the yard making a snowman with little Ni Yun. Old Master Zheng was usually quite serious, but he would instantly crack whenever he encountered little Ni Yun. When Immortality arrived it was exactly 10:30, and upon seeing such a warm scene, he couldn't help but pick up his camera and take several photos. Yang, Immortality called Ni Yang. Ni Yang glanced up and Immortality took the opportunity to press the shutter. A flawless 365-degree angle photo was taken just like that. Brother-in-law, I want a photo too. Little Ni Yun huffed and puffed as she ran over, posing with a peace sign. Brother-in-law, I want a photo too. Duo, like a little parrot, flapped his wings and flew over as well. Once the photos were taken, Immortality rolled up his sleeves and joined the team making the balls. Ni Yang, surprised, said, I thought we were going to Brother Du's place. Are we not going anymore? Well, go this afternoon. Oh. Ni Yang nodded. After lunch, Ni Yang and Immortality left for the Du residence. You're going to Xiaodu's home, right? Here, take some steamed buns and lotus root balls with you. Old Lady Shangguan carried 2 bags to the car. Immortality smiled and said, Grandma, you don't have to be so polite. You can buy these things outside. Old Lady Shangguan said, can those bought outside compare to ones made by hand? Take them. You can't get homemade ones outside. Then thank you, Grandma. Immortality took the bags with both hands. Old Lady Shangguan smiled and said, why are you being so formal with me, child? Because of the new year, the streets were very congested, with a festive atmosphere everywhere, except for the Du residence. Du Jiaojiao had returned to Shanghai for the new year, Wang Ziki had also gone back to spend New Year's with his parents, and the remaining servants had taken leave as well, leaving old Mr. Du by himself. With the north wind carrying fallen leaves, the Du residence seemed exceptionally desolate. Upon entering, they immediately heard the sound of knocking on a wooden fish. Ni Yang secretly sneered, wondering if this man really wanted to become a monk. How could he spend every day reciting scriptures and worshipping Buddha? Didn't he get bored? Ni Yang was very curious how he persisted with it. A man in his 30s, yet living like a septuagenarian or octogenarian. Brother Du, Immortality drew aside the bead curtain and went in. Old Mr. Du put down the wooden fish. Pei Ji has arrived. Brother Du, it's too lonely here. Why don't you come back with me for the new year? Immortality suggested. Old Mr. Du fingered the Buddha beads. What's bustling and what's quiet, to me, it's all the same. A good mindset leads to lasting happiness. While they spoke, they proceeded to the tea room. The smoke of tea curled up, shrouding their figures, making everything seem dreamlike and illusory. Tea shall replace wine when guests arrive on a cold night, with the bamboo stove boiling soup and fire glowing bright. While Immortality and old Mr. Du chatted, Ni Yang found a book on the shelf to read. She loved reading and had an interest in almost every book, gradually becoming engrossed in it. Even though she had read Dream of the Red Chamber many times before, each new reading brought different insights. A beauty rolls up the curtain, sitting deeply, knitted brows frowning in thought. Old Mr. Du, one hand holding Buddha beads, took a sip of the slightly bitter tea broth and said, Pei Ji, have you been paying attention to the southern part of town lately? From what I understand, that group of old fellows seems to be getting restless. Immortality lifted a teacup, just a bunch of struggling grasshoppers after autumn, hardly worth fearing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1057, The Second Silly Dog Among Birds, Chapter 17, Uncle Du nodded, as long as you're aware, that's good. The two had a long conversation, until Ni Yang finished half of the book, and Mo Chishan called for her to go back. Ni Yang stretched lazily and yawned. Are we going back now? Mo Chishan reached out his hand toward Ni Yang. Ni Yang, out of habit, placed the book upside down on the desk and her right hand on top of Mo Chishan's. Uncle Du saw them out. Mo Chishan got into the driver's seat. Uncle Du, you should head back soon, it gets cold at night. Uncle Du nodded. Drive slowly on your way. Don't worry. It was at this moment that Ni Yang suddenly remembered something and turned her head. Oh, Uncle Du, we brought some steamed buns and lotus root balls from home. I left them on the table in the tea room. The tea room is warm. It would be best to put them in the fridge when you get back. Okay, Uncle Du nodded. Then, well, head off first. Ni Yang waved at him. Uncle Du also turned to walk back into the house. Watching his desolate figure, Ni Yang sighed softly. What do you think keeps Uncle Du from settling down? It's so lonely like this. Perhaps having experienced similar loneliness in a past life, Ni Yang now feared loneliness the most. Especially waking up alone in bed to find not a single person to talk to. It was terrifying. Mo Chishan, holding the steering wheel with both hands, said, to each their own. We may think Uncle Du is very lonely, but that's not necessarily true. Ni Yang nodded. That's true. If he really wanted to settle down, he wouldn't have married two beautiful wives just for show. After speaking, Ni Yang added, oh, why do Uncle Du and Sister Jiao Jiao both call you Pei Ji? In fact, Ni Yang had wanted to ask this question for a long time but never found the opportunity. Pei Ji answered, Pei Ji is my courtesy name. Courtesy name. Ni Yang hesitated, then continued, like the poet Immortal Bai, whose courtesy name was Tai Bai. Mo Chishan nodded slightly. Yes, Yang is really smart. Ni Yang was about to flaunt her pride when the man followed up with two more words, follow me. Ni Yang, the next day was New Year's Eve. Last year's New Year's Eve was before Ni Tsuehua and the elderly Master Zheng and Madame Zheng had acknowledged each other, so this year was their first reunion New Year. Ni Yang was woken up early in the morning by Duo. It's New Year's. It's New Year's. Yang, get up. Ni Yang said, somewhat speechless, you're a bird, what does New Year's have to do with you? Duo glared with his small eyes, defiantly saying, you're a bird, your whole family are birds. Possibly due to spending too much time with people, Duo seemed to have forgotten his species. Ni Yang narrowed her eyes slightly, you dog's son, say that again. Duo fearlessly retorted, you're a bird, your whole family are birds. Ni Yang said with a smile, good, you won't have lunch today. Ha, Duo turned his backside toward Ni Yang, I'm not afraid of you. Great, you've completely lost your mother now. Ni Yang casually grabbed a pillow and threw it towards Duo. Duo agilely dodged the pillow. You're so dumb. Yang is so dumb. Yang is a big fool. Ni Yang, she must have been crazy to have adopted such a bird. Since she was already woken up by Duo, Ni Yang sat up in bed, grabbed some clothes, and went to the bathroom to change. The festive atmosphere in the countryside was very strong. After changing her clothes and going downstairs, Ni Yang heard bursts of firecrackers. In the dining room, everyone had already started eating breakfast. Shengguan Shi, upon seeing Ni Yang, smiled and said, Yang, you're up, come and eat. After breakfast, let's go to the fields and pick some roses to decorate the house. Now, not a trace of Shengguan's eyes' heartbreak could be seen. Ni Yang nodded, okay. After eating, the sisters took their baskets and went to pick roses. As soon as they stepped out the door, they saw a small sedan parked at the entrance, with Wu Chenjun getting out of the car. Shengguan Xiaoxi, little sister Yang, where are you guys planning to go? Shangguanxi exclaimed in surprise, during the New Year's holiday, why aren't you staying at home, but coming to our house instead? Wu Qinjun smiled and said, what else could I be doing? Of course, I came here to celebrate the New Year with your family. To celebrate the New Year with our family? Shangguan's eyes widened. Wu Qinjun nodded, don't you welcome me? Shangguanxi was speechless, don't you have your own home? Why come over to celebrate at mine? Wu Qinjun straightened his face, my parents took my grandparents to Bansai Island to escape the cold, and now I'm the only one at home, so they told me to come celebrate the New Year with your family. Shangguanxi frowned slightly, really? Just at that moment, Shangguan Dehui came out from the yard, Qinjun is here, come on in. Old lady Shangguan followed behind with a smile, we were just talking about you, and here you are. With a surprised face, Shangguanxi said, Grandma, Dad, you both knew about this already? Shangguan Dehui nodded, it was I who invited Qinjun to spend the New Year with us. Otherwise, he would be so lonely all by himself. The Wu family and the Shangguan family were close friends, and besides, Wu Qinjun grew up under the watchful eye of Shangguan Dehui. With the Wu family not at home, it was only natural for them to invite Wu Qinjun over to the Shangguans to celebrate. Shangguanxi turned to Ni Yang, Yang, did you know about this too? Ni Yang shook her head, I had no idea. Shangguanxi, arm in arm with Ni Yang, said, forget about him. Wu Lao-san has always been shameless. Let's go pick roses instead. Wu Qinjun dropped off his big and small gift bags at the Ni family's place and hurriedly followed the two. Hey, where are you going? Take me with you. We girls are going to pick flowers, what would a big guy like you do following us? Shangguanxi looked at Wu Qinjun with disdain. Wu Qinjun said, men and women are already equal, why can you girls go pick flowers and I can't? That's gender discrimination. The two kept walking and bickering, while Ni Yang tried her best to minimize her presence and give them space. They reached the rose field, and the two were still non-stop chattering. Normally, Shangguanxi was a very quiet and gentle girl, but she transformed completely when it came to Wu Qinjun. During the process of picking flowers, Ni Yang found an excuse to head home first. Wu Qinjun looked at Ni Yang gratefully. Ni Yang quietly gave him a thumbs up. What are you two whispering about? Shangguanxi turned back to look at Ni Yang and Wu Qinjun. Ni Yang smiled and said, we didn't say anything, Sister Xiaoxi, you so wrong. Is that so? Yes, Wu Qinjun slapped Shangguan's head lightly, you're not old yet, Shangguan Xiaoxi, but why are your ears not working well? As the two kept playing around, Ni Yang quietly left the rose field. After lunch, Shangguan Su took Wu Qinjun to paste couplets and paper cuts on the windows. The Ni family had many doors and windows, so pasting couplets was a major undertaking, and since their neighbor Ni Chengui had gone to his daughter's house to celebrate the New Year, they also had to paste couplets for his house. Ni Yang and Shangguanxi took the couplets to Zhao Shuyu's home. On one hand, they were helping the elderly with their spring festival decorations, and on the other hand, they were also fetching Zhao Shuyue to celebrate the New Year with them at the Ni family's place. Shangguanxi adored Zhao Shuyu's orange cat, Depang, and didn't forget to hold it in her arms while putting up couplets. Zhao Shuyue watched everything in front of her, suddenly feeling her eyes moisten. There's a saying, on every joyous occasion, one longs for their kin even more, and what's more during the New Year. Thankfully, Ni Yang still remembered her, the old widow. After finishing with the couplets, Shangguanxi, holding Depang, and Ni Yang, supporting Zhao Shuyue, all headed towards the Ni family's place. If Shangguanxi and Wu Qinjun were a pair of bickering buddies, then Depang and Duo were another. Duo liked to tease Depang when there was nothing else to do. For example, nipping at Depang's fur when he wasn't looking, and afterwards smugly saying, "Ha ha. Silly cat. Silly cat. What's more, Duo didn't just bully Depang alone, it also brought other little friends to gang up on Depang. Although Depang was agile, he was no match for Duo. He would meow furiously as if he wished to throttle Duo. Don't be mad, Depang, Yang reached out and picked up Depang. One of these days, we'll butcher that little dog and make stewed soup out of him. Duo said, murder is a crime. Yang corrected, you're a bird. I'm your dog's son. Duo said. Yang, Shangwan she couldn't help but laugh on the side, this Duo is almost too clever for its own good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1058, New Year's, Ruthlessly Torturing the Scumbag, 18th Update, in the evening. The villagers began to worship heaven and earth, burn paper money, and arrange offerings. The sky filled with the sounds of firecrackers, and Wu Qinjun instinctively covered Shangwan's eyes and ears. To his surprise, Shangwan she did not refuse. Wu Qinjun covered Shangwan's eyes and ears even tighter, a slight curve forming on his lips, truly wishing he could hold on forever like this. Of course, the highlight of New Year's Eve was the reunion dinner and the fireworks. This year, it was the first time for the elderly Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang to spend the festival with the younger generation, and their red envelopes were not small, a thick stack when brought out. All the youngsters, including Wu Qinjun, received the same amount of money, without any favoritism or discrimination. After dinner, they went outside to set off fireworks. This was Shangwan Zai's first time spending New Year in the countryside, and it was an incredible feeling. The festive atmosphere in the countryside was very strong, quite different from the city. Like every year, Gooden led a bunch of kids to the Ni family to watch the fireworks. Ni Yang had prepared lots of sparklers and distributed several to each child. Shangwan she reached out to Ni Yang, Yang, I want some too. Then I want some too, Wu Qinjun followed, stretching out his hand. Holding the sparklers, the two of them ran around and played with a group of kids, the rising smoke blurring everyone's smiling faces. Ni Yang stood aside, looking at this scene, her lips curling up into a smile. Yang. Despite the surrounding laughter, Ni Yang still heard that deep voice. Ni Yang turned her head slightly. She saw a tall figure approaching from the darkness, the burning sparkler in his hand illuminating his chiseled features, with the lights of countless homes becoming the background. Brother Mo, Ni Yang said, somewhat surprised to see Mo Qishan. Yang, Happy New Year. Ni Yang hugged Mo Qishan tightly, Happy New Year. After the fireworks, everyone gathered again around the fire. Gooden brought over some sweet potatoes from home, and everyone chatted while eating the steaming baked sweet potatoes. Mo Qishan had also prepared New Year's money for each child and quietly handed out the red envelopes to all the kids. Then, he stealthily pulled an extra-large red envelope from his pocket and slipped it into Ni Yang's hand. Yang, this is for you. Ni Yang was somewhat surprised. I get one too. Of course. Yours is the most unique and the biggest. Thank you, Brother Mo. Ni Yang earnestly tucked the red envelope into her pocket. I want one too. I want one too. Duo circled above their heads, Happy New Year. Give me a red envelope. Mo Qishan took out another red envelope and handed it to Duo. Duo was thrilled, hurriedly saying, Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss, and then flew away with the red envelope. Shangwan Su looked at Shangwan Shi and Wu Qinjun, then at Ni Yang and Mo Qishan, and finally at himself, suddenly feeling a love-struck blow of 10,000 points. It seemed it was time for him to find a girlfriend too. Otherwise, life was just unbearable. On the first day of the new year, Ni Yang, as usual, went hiking with Immortality. They also burned incense at Nyuwang Temple. In Beijing, there is a custom that one should not go out on the second day of the first lunar month, so on the third day, Yang and Immortality went to pay a New Year visit to the Wang family. Since the Lantern Festival, Wu Yenyun had been waiting at the door every day, waiting for Yang and others to come and pay a visit. She knew that someone from the Ni family would definitely come, because they still wanted to seek her forgiveness. When they arrived, she planned to harshly humiliate them, especially Yang. How dare they come to pay a visit after throwing her away as a child? Ridiculous. But she waited for 3 days, and no one from the Ni family came. Now, Wu Yenyun panicked. Did they really not want her anymore? Had they truly given up on her? But what right did they have to give her up? They had abandoned her once before when they were children. Were they going to do it again? Wu Yenyun bit her teeth tightly, her face full of resentment. In the evening, the Wu family parents returned with Wu Daolong, Wu Erlong, and Wu Xiaolong. Whose house did you go to today? The Wu family were outsiders in Beijing and had few relatives, but today her parents and 3 brothers were not home. Wu Daolong said, "Big sister, you won't be happy if I tell you. Did you go to Yang's house?" Wu Yenyun asked. Wu Daolong was about to speak when Wu Erlong tiptoed and covered Wu Daolong's mouth. A sneer appeared at the corners of Wu Yenyun's mouth. She wasn't a fool. Why didn't you tell me about going to Yang's house? Why? Wu Erlong sighed, "Big sister, we didn't mean to keep it from you on purpose. We were afraid you'd get angry. Considering the current situation, if they had told Wu Yenyun, she would probably make a scene again. Who wants to be scolded and pointed at during the New Year's celebration? It would be like asking for trouble." So the parents of the Wu family didn't tell Wu Yenyun. "Is it because I'm not your real sister, that you hide things from me?" Wu Yenyun, her eyes slightly red, questioned Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong. Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong were startled. "It's not like that, big sister, it's not." Wu Yenyun picked up a cup and threw it on the floor. "Do you even consider me a member of this family anymore?" The glass cup shattered to pieces, and the Wu couple, who were bathing Wu Xiaolong in the bathroom, came out, asking with bewilderment, "What's going on?" Wu Yenyun looked at the Wu couple. "Didn't I say we're through with the Ni family? Why did you go to their house behind my back today? Just because I'm not your biological child, you can disregard my feelings like that? Is that it?" Wu Yenyun felt too miserable. She couldn't understand why her family would make her suffer like this during the New Year's celebration. "Why?" Yan Erju explained, "It's not like that, Xiaoyun, we didn't mean to hide it from you on purpose, intentionally." "You did it on purpose." Wu Yenyun cried and ran into her room, slamming the door shut. Bang! Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong jumped in fright. Wu Jinshu sighed, "This child's temper is really getting bigger and bigger." Lately, Wu Yenyun hadn't spared them from her outbursts. Having heard her cold-hearted words so many times, the Wu couple had grown accustomed to them. At this point, they felt powerless about Wu Yenyun. They couldn't beat or scold her. Even if they said one harsh word, Wu Yenyun would take it as a slight because she wasn't their biological child. Yan Erju helplessly shook her head, "Let it go, she's already 18 this year. Speaking to her won't help, and she'll just get angry if we say too much. What a hassle it is during the New Year." Before long, it was the 8th day of the first lunar month. The 8th day is considered an auspicious day, so many organizations and factories choose to start work on this day. Meanwhile, ever since Swoling was laid off, he hadn't found a suitable job. At this time, Chen Leibeo's father stepped forward and offered to help Swoling get a job in his factory, but there was a condition: Swoling must marry Chen Leibao. Naturally, Swoling was unwilling. Who would want to marry a pixie walking through the door? It wasn't until after the Lantern Festival that Swoling, still jobless and swayed by the lure of wealth, finally nodded in agreement to marry Qinlai Bao. Seeing their son finally come to his senses, Zhuoling's parents were overjoyed and immediately started preparing for the wedding. Both sets of parents agreed on a wedding date set for the 21st of the first lunar month. Zhuoling's parents thought they could finally look forward to a happy life filled with children and grandchildren, but to their surprise, on the third day after the wedding, Qinlai Bao changed completely. She not only ordered Zhuoling's parents around but also turned Zhuoling into a live-in son-in-law. She openly declared her intention to have Zhuoling continue the Qin family lineage. Zhuoling's parents were taken aback. They didn't dare say much, knowing Zhuoling's livelihood was still in their hands. Qinlai Bao's personality had changed too. How much she used to love Zhuoling, whatever he wanted, she would give. And now she would slap Zhuoling at the slightest provocation, and if Zhuoling dared talk about divorce, another slap would follow until he submitted. And unfortunately, Zhuoling was no match for Qinlai Bao. Moreover, when Qinlai Bao lost her temper, she wouldn't spare even Zhuoling's parents. Zhuoling's parents pitied their son, not knowing how many times they had secretly cried behind his back. The new year passed, and it was also time for the schools to start the new term. On the first day of school, Young naturally had to report to the campus. There were speeches and exams at the start of the school year, so Young had to stay in the dormitory for a few days. Li Huilan and Zhang Qiuying had already arrived in the dormitory. With the new year came a new spirit, and both of them seemed much more energetic. Yang. My dear. You're finally here. I've missed you to death. Zhang Qiuying hugged Young excitedly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1059, Yang Yang's Tricks, Actively Pleasing, 19th Update. Yang smiled and said, "Do you miss me that much?" "Miss you? Of course, I miss you. I even dream about you." Zhang Qiuying flattered endlessly, then turned to Li Huilan. "Huilan, do you miss me and Yang?" Li Huilan answered somewhat shyly, I do miss you too. Oh, I've brought our local specialty for you, the aromatic pig ham." As she spoke, Li Huilan took out a piece of yellow cured ham from her parcel. Zhang Qiuying looked puzzled. "We don't have a pot in our dorm, and you brought such a big piece of meat. How are we supposed to eat it?" Li Huilan pulled out a knife and cut a piece of ham for Zhang Qiuying. "This is eaten raw, try it." Raw meat? Zhang Qiuying frowned slightly. She really dared not eat it. In their hometown, there was a saying that eating raw pork could cause mad pig disease. Zhang Qiuying waved her hands repeatedly. "Huilan, stop joking. How can you eat raw meat? Aren't you afraid of getting mad pig disease?" Li Huilan smiled and said, "Mad pig disease? No way. Everyone eats it like this back home." Upon finishing her sentence, Li Huilan cut another piece of pork and handed it to Yang. Yang, you try." Yang accepted the slice of ham with a smile. "This ham tastes amazing when eaten raw." Aromatic pig ham is considered a luxury food in later years, with prices soaring into 5 digits per pound. The ham from the 1980s was all natural and free from pollution, making it many times tastier than the exorbitantly priced hams of later years. Seeing Yang enjoying the ham so much, Zhang Qiuying couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Yang, you're something. Daring to eat raw meat." Yang took another piece and then another. "This is truly a rarity. You can't buy it even if you had the money, Qiuying. Not eating it is your loss." Zhang Qiuying said, I'm not eating. After eating 3 slices of ham, Yang sighed, "If only we had a glass of wine to go with it." It was already 1986, and everyone would be raving about the 87 Lafite wine next year, so Yang planned to buy a batch to store. Zhang Qiuying laughed. Yang, you really know how to enjoy life. Life is all about food and drink, and Yang spoke lightly. Li Huilan looked up at Zhang Qiuying. Qiuying, are you really not going to eat this ham? Not eating, Zhang Qiuying shook her head like a drum. Yang shook her head. Some people just don't appreciate good food. Li Huilan picked up the ham and placed it on Yang's desk. Since Huilan can't enjoy this, Yang, I'll give this piece of ham to you. Take it home and let your family try it. Yang was taken aback by Li Huilan's generosity. All for me. Huilan, aren't you going to eat it yourself? Li Huilan said nonchalantly, I've been eating it since I was a child, and I'm tired of it. Just take it, and don't be polite. Although the 1980s was a difficult time, there were still wealthy areas. Li Huilan, although born in a rural area, didn't have it as hard as one might think. There was no shortage of meat. However, a large piece of meat like this was still considered very precious for a rural household. But precious as it was, it couldn't compare to the value of friendship. Li Huilan held these two roommates in high regard and was willing to share the best with them. And Yang was never stingy with them either. Huilan, then I won't stand on ceremony. Yang knew how to conduct herself and was well aware of the subtleties of human relationships. If she were to refuse the ham today, it might make Li Huilan feel uneasy. Sure enough, upon learning that Yang had accepted the ham, Li Huilan was overjoyed. Yang, if your family likes it, just tell me, and they'll bring you some more next year. Yang carefully packed the ham away. Huilan, on behalf of my family, thank you. After finishing packing up the ham, Yang remembered that when she came to school, Tsuihua had picked out a big bag of things for her to bring to the dorm to share with her roommates. I almost forgot. This is what my mom asked me to bring over. You guys go ahead and eat. Yang had brought some cooked food, like sunflower seeds, dried fruit, and braised duck feet and duck head. Zhang Qiuying and Li Huilan enjoyed it immensely. My goodness! This is way too delicious. Yang, where did your family buy this duck head? Zhang Qiuying asked, nibbling on a duck head and speaking unclearly. Yang said, this duck head was braised by my grandmother and my maternal grandmother. If you like it, I'll bring some more next time. Sure. Zhang Qiuying was thrilled. Li Huilan said, Yang, can you ask at home how this duck head is braised? Next New Year, I'll have my mom try making it. Yang nodded, I'll write down the braised duck head recipe for you later. Although the recipe for the braised duck head was made by old lady Zheng and her family, the formula was provided by Yang, who had made her fortune from braised foods in her previous life. I want some too. Qiuying said, I'll have our housekeeper make it when I get back. Okay, I'll write it now. Yang took out some paper and started writing a detailed preparation plan. Since she wasn't making her fortune from braised foods this time around, it was okay to share the recipe with others. Yang not only wrote down the ingredients but also carefully wrote out the preparation process, producing 2 copies of the document, one for each Qiuying and Huilan. Holding the recipe, Qiuying exclaimed, Yang, your handwriting is absolutely amazing. To be able to write beautiful characters, Qiuying had practiced painstakingly for 7 or 8 years. She considered her own handwriting quite beautiful, but in front of Yang, it seemed child's play. Yang's face was as beautiful as her handwriting. Truly, the handwriting reflected the person. Yang smiled and said, I've practiced for many years. Qiuying continued, Yang, not only are you beautiful, but your academic performance is also outstanding, and your handwriting is beautiful too. How are the rest of us supposed to live? In Qiuying's mind, Yang was an all-capable being. Huilan agreed, Yang, you're even more beautiful than the village belle back home, but our village belle is quite silly, she doesn't even recognize Arabic numerals. In Huilan's view, generally, the less attractive people were not very dumb, and the beautiful ones were not very smart. It wasn't until she met Ni Yang that she realized how wrong she had been. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, Chuing said, "Oh, right Yang Yang, my ice-smooth jade skin is almost finished, could you help me get another set?" "Sure," Ni Yang nodded. "Thank you so much, Yang Yang." Chuing continued, "Also, Yang Yang, my mom really likes ice-smooth jade skin too. Could you get an extra set for me? I'll send it back home for her to use." "Sure, no problem," Ni Yang made an okay gesture. "Aw. I really love you so much, Yang Yang." The effects of ice-smooth jade skin were truly incredible, so much so that after the winter holidays ended, Chuing had wanted to buy a set at the store herself, but she was in for a shock. The products were in extremely high demand. They were sold out and unavailable. Ni Yang smiled and said, "You're welcome." Chuing then asked, "Yang Yang, do you know someone from the ice-smooth jade skin internal team?" Ni Yang nodded, "Yes." When Wang Lisha walked in pulling her suitcase, she happened to hear this part. Her eyes lit up. Ever since she started using the basic ice-smooth jade skin, her skin had become incredibly smooth, as if she had put on a new layer. She too wanted to try a limited edition set. As Ni Yang was in the dorm today, she saw it as an opportunity to make peace and then ask Ni Yang to help her get a box. With this in mind, Wang Lisha's face broke into a smile as she carried her luggage into the dorm. "Oh. Ni Yang, everyone's already here. I thought I'd be the first one." Ni Yang looked at her, somewhat surprised. Wang Lisha had changed quite a bit over the winter break. She remembered how at the beginning of last year, Wang Lisha used to look down on the three of them. Since Wang Lisha had greeted her first, Ni Yang naturally wouldn't ignore her. "We just arrived too, and since my home is in Beijing, it was quite convenient for me to come." Huilan and Chuing were used to it, as Wang Lisha's attitude towards them had gradually improved since the second half of last year, even sharing snacks with them proactively. After arranging her luggage, Wang Lisha took out 3 packages of local products from her hometown to share with Ni Yang and the others. "This is a specialty from my hometown. I hope you won't mind it." Wang Lisha's home was in Hang City, and the specialty was silk. The packets contained real silk scarves. Holding the silk scarf that Wang Lisha had gifted her, Ni Yang felt almost as if she were floating on air. She felt like she was dreaming. Just then, Wang Lisha continued, "Ni Yang, I just heard you say that you know someone from the ice-smooth jade skin internal team, right?" Ni Yang nodded, "Yes." Wang Lisha grabbed Ni Yang's hand. "Ni Yang, I was wrong before, and I know it. I've apologized to Huilan too. Let's make peace from now on. Could you also help me get a box of the limited edition ice-smooth jade skin? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1060, Little Ancestor, 20 more updates. Although it really hurt to slap her own face, Wang Lisha really loved the jade-like skin from the skincare products. Ni Yang looked at Wang Lisha and finally understood why she had suddenly changed her attitude. It was good to have desires, she was most afraid of Wang Lisha having none. Being able to win over someone's heart with just a box of skincare products was indeed a great deal. After all, the more people, the easier to handle things. Moreover, Wang Lisha wasn't really bad, just a bit spoiled due to her wealthy background. Besides, they were dorm mates, having a harmonious relationship was better than being in a continual standoff. Ni Yang didn't like the latter. Ni Yang said with a smile, "Sure." "Really?" Wang Lisha looked at Ni Yang incredulously, excited to the point of madness. Ni Yang nodded, really? Ni Yang, thank you. Thank you. Wang Lisha hugged Ni Yang excitedly. She was so happy. Because she hadn't expected Ni Yang to forgive her so easily, she had even prepared herself for Ni Yang to make fun of her thoroughly, especially since she hadn't shown any kindness to Ni Yang back then and even mocked that jade-like skin products would ruin one's face. Looking back now, it was really inappropriate. She had misjudged Ni Yang, whose generosity truly impressed her. Ni Yang said lightly, "You're welcome." The next day, Ni Yang brought 3 sets of the jade-like skin products to the dorm. 2 sets for Zhang Qiuying and 1 set for Wang Lisha. Wang Lisha took the jade-like skin products with both hands, excitedly exclaiming, "Oh my! I finally got the limited edition." Additionally, Ni Yang gave Li Huilan a big bottle of moisturizing cream. Li Huilan was embarrassed to accept it. Ni Yang said with a smile, "Huilan, if you don't accept this, you're making me feel like an outsider. Otherwise, I should take that big hem I brought back home." Li Huilan then accepted the cream. Today was Sunday, and Wu Qinjun and Sheng Guanxi had arranged to go watch a movie together. Early in the morning, he drove over to pick up Sheng Guanxi. Ni Yang quietly asked Wu Qinjun how things were progressing between him and Sheng Guanxi. Wu Qinjun blushed and said, "I can't really tell, but your sister is quite oblivious. I've hinted so many times, yet she is still indifferent." Speaking of this issue, Wu Qinjun was also frustrated because he wanted to win his beauty sooner rather than later. Ni Yang then said, "Hints won't work, Sister Xiaoxi is a very romantic person, you need to prepare a surprise for her, something ceremonial too." Why did Zuoling manage to win Shengguan Zai's heart before? It was because Zuoling was creative, ceremonial, and knew how to sweet talk. Wu Qinjun trying to win Sheng Guanxi through hints, compared to Zuoling, Wu Qinjun was too straightforward. He had a kind of steel-like straightforwardness. One day during the new year, Ni Yang whimsically did a popular futuristic makeup look for Sheng Guanxi. When Wu Qinjun saw Sheng Guanxi, he blurted out, "You didn't clean the sleep out of your eyes properly." That day, Sheng Guanxi almost beat Wu Qinjun up. "Are you sure a surprise will work?" Wu Qinjun asked uncertainly. "Sure," Ni Yang nodded. "What kind of surprise should I prepare then?" Wu Qinjun continued. Ni Yang smiled and said, "That's something you'll have to think of yourself, others planning it for you won't convey your feelings." Wu Qinjun scratched his head, "Okay, I got it, thanks, little auntie." Ni Yang pointed to little Ni Yun and said, "Your little auntie is her." Wu Qinjun quickly corrected himself, second auntie, second auntie." Just then, Sheng Guanxi came downstairs in changed clothes, and after greeting Ni Yang, the two left together. Watching their departing figures, little Ni Yun looked up at Ni Yang, "Sister, what's a little auntie? Can you eat it? You just know about eating." Ni Yang tapped little Ni Yun on the forehead. Little Ni Yun was now the little foodie of the house, like a blender, eating everything, not picky at all. Even avocados, as unpleasant as they were, she could eat 2 at a time. With some innocence, little Ni Yun said, "Isn't it you who said, in life, it's all about food and drink?" "Oh," Ni Yang said with a smile full of meaning, "our little Yun Yun has gotten smart, now even able to think critically." Little Ni Yun then asked, "Sister, what does think critically mean?" Ni Yang said speechlessly, "Are you a Y machine?" Little Ni Yun scratched her head, "Sister, what is a Y machine? Can you eat it?" Ni Yang, little Ni Yun asked again, "Sister, why am I brother Qinjun's little aunt?" Ni Yang put her index finger to her lips and made a silence gesture, "Shush, keep your voice down. Don't let Sister Xiaoxi hear this." Little Ni Yun tilted her head, "Why can't we tell Sister Xiaoxi?" Ni Yang whispered, "Because this is a secret between the 3 of us." "Oh." Little Ni Yun nodded, not quite understanding, and covered her mouth with her hands, whispering, "Okay, I got it, sister. It's a secret, I won't tell Sister Xiaoxi." Just then, Duo flew onto little An'ai-yun's shoulder and mimicking her earlier manner, tilted his head and asked, "Sister, what is a little ant?" An'ai-yang looked at Duo with a smile. Duo, do you want to know what fried bird means?" Duo flapped his wings proudly. "Oh, I'm so scared." An'ai-yang grabbed Duo, half squinting her eyes. "Are you scared now?" Duo flapped desperately. "Help. Help. Silly cat, help. Someone's going to kill the bird." Just as she spoke, Depang charged over from afar, constantly meowing at An'ai-yang, and scratching at her legs, as if to say, if An'ai-yang didn't let Duo go today, it would cling to her forever. "Meow meow meow." Duo maliciously said, "Silly cat is so silly." An'ai-yang, this silly cat really was dumb, tormented by Duo every day, but now that Duo was in danger, it eagerly rushed over to save him. It seemed that cross-species friendships existed too. An'ai-yang released Duo. "Alright, you guys go play." No sooner had Duo gained his freedom than he pecked at Depang. Friendships can capsize in an instant, and Depang immediately flashed his claws, as if he'd wipe out Duo's entire lineage. After playing with the silly cat Depang for a while, Duo was nowhere to be seen. The lively streets of Beijing. Duo perched on the shoulder of a refined man in casual clothes. "Little jerk, where are we going?" "We're going to eat," Du Qingfeng answered. "Little jerk, I'm hungry." Duo pecked at the fine hairs near Du Chengfeng's ear. "Hungry. Hungry. You're so annoying," Du Qingfeng said, twirling his Buddha beads. "You're the annoying one, your whole family is annoying." Duo got ruffled. Du Qingfeng remained calm. "In this world, you're probably the only bird that dares to talk to me like this." He could never have dreamed that he'd indulge a bird this way. Duo cheekily said, "Because I'm your little ancestor." Du Qingfeng, "Little jerk, your little ancestor is hungry." "Speak properly," Du Qingfeng commanded, his expression unchanging yet with a stern look in his eyes. If it had been before, Duo would have trembled with fear, but not anymore. "Du Qingfeng, your little ancestor is hungry." Du Qingfeng, seeing that Du Qingfeng had no intention of grabbing the bird food, Duo coquettishly rubbed against his chin. Finally, Du Qingfeng took out fine quality bird food from his pouch. "Delicious." Wu Yenyun spotted Du Qingfeng from a distance. But due to their previous encounters, she couldn't muster the courage to greet him. Looking at Duo on Du Chengfeng's shoulder, then at herself, Wu Yanyun's lips curled into a mocking smile. Had she really fallen so low that she was now inferior to a pet kept by An'ai-yang? How ironic. An'ai-yang was shameless, using a pet to flirt with Du Qingfeng. Just then, a dark shadow flew towards Wu Yenyun, an excited voice shouting, "Yenyun! Yenyun!" Previously, Wu Yenyun had visited the Ni family many times, and when at their place, she had fed Duo, who was quite gluttonous. Thinking of coming over to greet her and surely being fed something delicious, Duo thought Wu Yenyun would be overjoyed. Wu Yenyun was initially startled, noticed Du Qingfeng nearby, and then smiled and greeted Duo. "Hello Duo. Hello Yenyun." If there was one thing Duo was good at, it was mimicking quickly. Wu Yenyun continued, Duo, my home has delicious food, visit sometime if you're free." Duo didn't catch anything else but the mention of delicious food, and got terribly excited. Delicious. Delicious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1061, She is like the moon surrounded by stars. Chapter 21. Wu Yanyan watched Duo with a smile that reached her eyes. But in reality, the happier she appeared on the surface, the more she hated Ni Yang in her heart. She hated everything about Ni Yang, including this beast. Just as Duo was about to say something more, the sound of old Du's voice filled the air. Duo, come here. Goodbye, Yanyan. Duo politely bid farewell to Wu Yanyan. Wu Yanyan waved her hand toward Duo. Duo flew straight to old Du's shoulder. You little rascal, I want to eat more. Old Du held Buddha beads in one hand while pulling out a brocade pouch with the other. Who was that just now? Yanyan, it was Yanyan. Wu Yanyan. Old Du frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Duo ate a grain of birdseed. You can't be that rude, you must call her Yanyan. Listen, Duo. Old Du turned his head to look at Duo. From now on, you're not allowed to speak to Wu Yanyan, nor eat anything she gives you. Why? Duo tilted its little head as it looked at Old Du. Old Du glanced at the retreating figure of Wu Yanyan. No reasons, just don't. Oh. Duo nodded earnestly. Wu Yanyan went straight to a corner to hide, then peered secretly at the backs of Old Du and Duo, biting her lip tightly. Duo was a talking bird. This beast must have said many bad things about her in front of Old Du. Otherwise, Old Du wouldn't ignore her. A beast wouldn't badmouth someone for no reason. You would know without thinking that it must have all been taught by Ni Yang. It's too much. Ni Yang really is too much. She clearly knew that Wu Yanyan liked Old Du, yet she still did this. She was just opposing Wu Yanyan. Wu Yanyan wanted to find a place to cry her heart out, but she knew she couldn't cry, she couldn't admit defeat. She wouldn't lose. Wu Yanyan. Just then, someone patted Wu Yanyan's shoulder from behind. Wu Yanyan got startled and turned around, only to see it was Wei Haoguang. Wei Haoguang was 2 years older than Wu Yanyan, 20 this year, and had stopped attending school due to the prosperity of his family, which allowed him to laze about every day. However, it's worth mentioning that Wei Haoguang had an especially delicate face, appearing gentle and scholarly, like someone who was well-read. Wu Yanyan, being a student, naturally didn't know this socialite Wei Haoguang. They met at the hospital. It's you, Wei Haoguang. Wu Yanyan put on a slight smile. Wei Haoguang showed concern. You seem a little unhappy. Did you encounter any difficulties? Tell me, and I'll help you solve them. No, Wu Yanyan shook her head. By the way, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Come on, let me treat you to a meal at a big restaurant, Wei Haoguang continued. Wu Yanyan kept shaking her head. No need, I'm going home. Wei Haoguang followed her steps. Wu Yanyan, aren't we friends? You don't even want to have a meal with me. Wu Yanyan was no fool. She knew Wei Haoguang was interested in her, but she had no interest in him. She only liked Old Du after seeing someone like Old Du, with his charming rogue demeanor. Her heart couldn't accommodate anyone else. Unfortunately, with Ni Yang stirring up trouble, Old Du would never notice her. Thinking of this, a deep sense of unwillingness appeared in Wu Yanyan's eyes. Wu Yanyan then said, I'm sorry, Wei Haoguang, but I still have homework to finish. I need to go home and do my homework. Last year, Ni Yang took the national top scholar spot, and this year, her total score must beat Ni Yang. It must. Doing homework is so boring. Come and play with me instead. Let me show you around. Wei Haoguang grabbed Wu Yanyan's hand and led her to the motorbike parked by the side. Wu Yanyan was forced onto the motorbike. Wu Yanyan had ridden bicycles and been in cars, but this was her first time on a motorbike. Wei Haoguang had also called a group of brothers, and about a dozen of them started racing on the winding mountain road. Wu Yanyan hugged Wei Haoguang's waist tightly, screaming continuously, and as the adrenaline surged, her depressed mood also began to lift. Ah, 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 isn't it thrilling? Wei Haoguang turned his head and shouted at Wu Yanyan. Thrilling. Happy. Happy. Wu Yanyan shouted back loudly. With a beauty by his side, it was Wei Haoguang who, of course, won this race. The boss is awesome. The boss is mighty. Wei Haoguang took off his helmet, stopped the nonsense and pay up. Everyone immediately pulled out their money. Big bro, is this your wife? Wife? Wu Yanyan heard this title for the first time. It was a novel feeling, and it filled her with a sense of vanity. Wei Haoguang put his arm around Wu Yanyan's. Your sister-in-law is still in school, guys. Don't scare her. Wu Yanyan bowed her head, her face blushing red. She wanted to refuse Wei Haoguang, but she couldn't. Which school are you from, sister-in-law? How old are you this year, sister-in-law? Wei Haoguang answered each question for Wu Yanyan. Your sister-in-law is 18 years old and currently studying at City 3rd Middle School. Sister-in-law, I know some people from City 3rd Middle. If anyone dares to bully you, just drop my name, Li Daki. Sister-in-law, with us brothers around, you can walk sideways through City 3rd Middle. With everyone calling her sister-in-law, they began to tease her. Wu Yanyan was very clear that she did not like Wei Haoguang, but she enjoyed the feeling of being protected and exalted. Just like Ni Yang. Didn't Ni Yang also have a crowd of people surrounding her? They all said it, her current life was thanks to Ni Yang. But now, without Ni Yang, isn't she still living a carefree life? What's so great about Ni Yang? In the future, she would live even better than Ni Yang. After the motorcycle ride, someone suggested they go get a drink. Wei Haoguang was in a good mood today. Everyone enjoy your food and drinks to the fullest, the treat is on me today. Everyone immediately cheered, Big bro is mighty. Sister-in-law is mighty. Wu Yanyan liked the feeling of being surrounded, but she still had a clear mind. Faced with the glasses of alcohol handed to her, she declined them all. Sorry, I don't drink alcohol. She was still a student, she couldn't drink. Wei Haoguang said with a smile, your sister-in-law can't drink, so I'll drink on her behalf. With all the commotion, it got late. When Wei Haoguang dropped Wu Yanyan at the Wu family's home, it was already past 8 o'clock. As soon as Wu Yanyan entered the house, Yan Erju said, Yanyan, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, your dad and I were going to call the police. Wu Jinshu said, Yanyan, where have you been? You made your mom and me worry so long. Worry? Did they genuinely worry about a daughter who had no blood relation to them? They can secretly meet with Ni Yang, but she's not allowed to go out and have fun. Is that fair? Wu Yanyan put away the sarcastic look in her eyes. I was studying at a classmate's house. This will happen often in the future, so mom and dad, you don't need to worry about me. Hearing this, Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu sighed in relief. Xiaoyun, although studying is important, safety is more so. It's already 8 o'clock, and it's not safe for a girl to be out. By the way, where does your classmate live? In the future, let your dad take you there. Wu Jinshu nodded, right, your mother is right. Did they truly worry about her safety? Or were they just looking for an excuse to keep an eye on her? So, she didn't even have this much freedom. Wu Yanyan continued, no need, my classmate has a bicycle. She just rode me back on her bike, it's very safe. What is your classmate's name? Yan Erju asked with some concern. Suddenly, Wu Yanyan felt a wave of irritation. They had to control everything. Everything. At the Ni family, Ni Yang did whatever she wanted and nobody ever bothered her. But what about her? She was being watched by everyone. Was she a prisoner? Or in their eyes, would she never measure up to Ni Yang? Everything Ni Yang did was right. Everything she did was wrong. Suppressing her frustration, Wu Yenyun said, "Her name is Wang Fong, she lives on Bicrai Road. I'm going to my room to read now." "Yenyun, aren't you going to eat? We've left some food for you on the table." Yan Erju continued. "I've already eaten at Wang Fang's house." "You child, how can you just eat at someone else's home? You're not allowed to do that in the future, Mom." Wu Yenyun turned to look at Yan Erju, cutting off her unfinished words. "What?" Yan Erju paused. Wu Yenyun went on, "Wang Fang's family isn't as stingy as you imagine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1062, Gradual Change, Chapter 22, Wu Yanyun's words were heavy, laced with a hint of accusation. Once she formed an opinion of someone, everything that person did was wrong. Yan Erju was stunned. She just felt it was inappropriate to always dine at her classmates' homes. She hadn't expected Wu Yenyun to be angry again. "Ah." Yan Erju sighed helplessly. Back in the room, Yan Erju said to Wu Jinshu, "Xiaoyun has changed." She felt she was becoming unrecognizable. Wu Jinshu also sighed, "The child is grown up, she has her own thoughts now. Plus, I heard a teacher say today that children reach a certain age and enter a rebellious phase, which those educated folks call adolescence." "Adolescence?" Yan Erju frowned, looking puzzled. Wu Jinshu nodded, "Yes, adolescence, and I've also heard that teenagers in adolescence are not easy to manage. Some even go down the path of crime during this time. Nearly every family deals with situations like this." At this point, Wu Jinshu paused, then continued, "In the future, let's be a bit more relaxed with Yenyun, not question everything, and allow the child some personal space." Although Wu Jinshu was not literate and had a low level of education, he was a rare good father. He could tolerate all his child's flaws. Yan Erju continued, "Adolescence, my foot. Where do these absurd theories come from? Why didn't I have an adolescence when I was young?" "Maybe you've forgotten," Wu Jinshu said. Yan Erju sighed, "So when does this adolescence phase end?" Wu Jinshu shook his head, "I'm not quite sure about that." Yan Erju went on, "But what if she's in adolescence all her life? A lifetime of adolescence." Wu Jinshu laughed, "Erju, don't worry. Although I don't know when adolescence will end, it definitely won't last a lifetime." During this period, Wu Yenyun almost went riding motorcycles with Wei Haoguang every day after school and gradually learned to drink. Late returns home had become the norm. Her parents and the Wu family still believed she was studying at a classmate's house. In mid-February, Li Yao returned from Shanghai. During this time, Li Yao had already arranged the store affairs in Shanghai. This trip, she was coming to transport the ice muscle jade skin products back to Shanghai. Li Yao hired a large truck for the job directly. Seeing this truck, Ni Yang chuckled, "Sister Yao Yao, how much ice muscle jade skin are you planning to haul back?" Li Yao said, "Beautiful, just get me the stock, however much it is, I can sell it out." Through her promotion, ice muscle jade skin had already gained high popularity among the circles of ladies and socialites. Ni Yang laughed, "I just shipped a batch to M country recently, and with the recent sales, our stock is not much now. How can this be?" Li Yao frowned slightly and continued, "Don't you have a large factory now? Can't keep up with the demand." Ni Yang went on, "The factory won't be finished for another half-month. I estimate it can only start operating at the beginning of next month." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Li Yao looked at Ni Yang with a face full of disappointment. "I thought the factory had already started operating." "That's not so fast," Ni Yang continued, "but Sister Yao Yao, don't be disappointed. Although we don't have a lot in stock right now, it's still enough for you to sell. How much is there? Li Yao asked. Come with me to have a look, and Yang led Li Yao to the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with piles of ice muscle jade skin, all very fresh, having been produced only recently. Li Yao continued, this isn't even enough for 2 days' sales. Yang went on, limited editions are sold only at the beginning and end of the month. Including the basic ones, it should be enough for you until next month. Just hang in there for a while, and it'll be fine once the factory starts. Alright, that's the only option now, Li Yao nodded. By the way, Yang, how much for these? Yang clicked on her abacus, 57,000 in total. Okay, I'll transfer it to your account from the bank when I get back. Trust the doubtful, doubt the trusted, Yang nodded, okay. Then Yang added, has Sister Jiao Jiao arrived in Beijing? She'll probably take a little while longer. After loading the goods, Yang joined Li Yao for a meal at the Fragrant Beauty restaurant. Li Yao devoured 3 desserts in one go and sighed lightly, oh my. I'm so satisfied. During my time in Shanghai, all I could think about was the delicious food from Beijing Beauty. Now I've finally had my fill. I wonder when the boss of Beijing Beauty plans to open a branch in Shanghai. When Yang had originally founded Beijing Beauty, she had never thought about turning it into a cheap chain of restaurants. She wanted Beijing Beauty to be a legacy, to become a major landmark of Beijing. It was better to have a scarcity than an excess. If Beijing Beauty could be found everywhere, it would lose its original business philosophy. Moreover, even without opening branches, the daily turnover at Beijing Beauty was still impressively high. Yang smiled and asked, Sister Yao Yao, do you really like the food from Beijing Beauty that much? Li Yao nodded, of course. Beijing Beauty has the most delicious food I have ever tasted. Yang smiled and took a bite of a duck tongue. The 18th day of the second lunar month was Mo Baichuan's engagement day. Mo Baichuan was Mo Qishan's elder nephew, and Yang was Mo Qishan's girlfriend. With such an important occasion, it wouldn't be appropriate for Yang not to go. In the morning, as soon as Yang came downstairs, she saw Mo Qishan already sitting at the dining table having breakfast. Little Yun was sitting across from him. Perhaps because little Yun had known Mo Qishan since she was young, she inexplicably liked Mo Qishan very much and treated this future brother-in-law just like a real brother. Mo brother, why are you here so early? Yang asked Mo Qishan in surprise. Early? I've been waiting for you for over half an hour, Mo Qishan replied. Yang felt a bit embarrassed and touched her nose. Although Mo Qishan was usually a bit scatterbrained, he was very proper at the Ni family's house. When Yang was sleeping, he never stepped half a foot into her bedroom. Have you brushed your teeth and washed your face? Mo Qishan followed up with another question. Yang nodded. Sit here. I'll dish up some food for you. Mo Qishan rose from his chair. Watching Mo Qishan's retreating figure, Yang thought to herself that this man was far too comfortable here. This was clearly her home, yet Mo Qishan behaved as if he was in his own place. Soon, Mo Qishan returned with a bowl of white porridge and also held a boiled egg in his hand. He calmly peeled the eggshell, placed the yolk in his own bowl, and gave the egg white to Yang. Yang wasn't picky with food, but she didn't like the yolk of boiled eggs. Therefore, whenever Mo Qishan was around, he would eat the yolk. If Mo Qishan wasn't there, Yang wouldn't eat the egg at all. Big sisters who are picky eaters won't grow tall, little Yun winked at Yang playfully. Yang smilingly said, your big sister isn't picky, it's just that your future brother-in-law loves egg yolks, so your sister gives them to him because I can't bear to eat them. Really? Yang nodded earnestly. You're so nice to your brother-in-law. You're the best, big sister. Little An-I-Yun exclaimed. An-I-Yang's lips held a smile. As the conversation ended, little An-I-Yun asked, Big sister, are you happy now? An-I-Yang nodded slightly, scooped a spoonful of white porridge into her mouth, and said, It's all right. Big sister, can I have some candy? At this, little An-I-Yun held up a small finger, just one piece. An-I-Yang shook her head with a smile, Nope. Why not? Little An-I-Yun began shaking An-I-Yang's arm, pouting, You're the best, big sister. That won't work, your sugar-coated bullets are useless against your sister. Little An-I-Yun turned her head to Imo-Chishin, brother-in-law. Imo-Chishin turned to look at An-I-Yang, looking at me is no use. Your sister is the boss here. I have to follow her lead. Little An-I-Yun's mouth quivered and she burst into tears with a loud wah. No candy means no candy, crying won't change anything, An-I-Yang added. Little An-I-Yun sobbed and sniffled, saying, I like you so much, big sister, you really disappoint me. The poor little thing looked absolutely heartbroken. An-I-Yang found a tissue to wipe little An-I-Yun's tears and said, What did big sister tell you before? Eating candy is bad for your teeth. If you always eat candy, little bugs will grow on your teeth. They will slowly burrow into the inside of your teeth and eat them away. Then, our pretty little Yun will have to eat only soft food, like porridge and noodle mush. If that happens, you won't be able to eat delicious things like chicken, duck, fish, or big pancakes anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1063, Mo Baichuan's Engagement, 23rd Update. Hearing this, little An-I-Yun covered her mouth in fear. No, I don't want little bugs to grow on my teeth. Then will you still eat candy? An-I-Yang asked. Little An-I-Yun hesitated, then asked, Did great-grandma also lose her teeth to bugs because she ate too much candy? Yes, An-I-Yang nodded seriously, so Yun, from now on you can only have one candy a week, otherwise, bugs will eat your teeth. So, will you listen to your sister from now on? I will, little An-I-Yun nodded. Between candy and her teeth, little An-I-Yun wisely chose her teeth. Just then, Grandpa Jing walked in with a ho, Yang, I thought I heard little Yun crying just now. Why was she crying? You should ask her yourself, An-I-Yang responded. Little An-I-Yun looked up at Grandpa Jing, Grandpa, I won't eat candy anymore. Sister said that eating candy makes little bugs grow on teeth. Grandpa Zheng, who doted on little An-I-Yun, chuckled, having one occasionally won't harm you. Little An-I-Yun held up one little finger, sister said only one a week. Oh, our little Yun is so pitiful. Grandpa Zheng exclaimed. Little An-I-Yun, cunning as she was, immediately put on a sad expression following behind him. An-I-Yang looked at Grandpa Zheng, Grandpa, you must not secretly give Yun candy. Grandpa Zheng nodded, I want. After breakfast, An-I-Yang and Imo-Chishin left for the Mo family's house. Grandpa Zheng, not fond of going out, stayed home with little An-I-Yun, while Grandma Zheng and Grandma Shengwan had already gone in Shengwan Dihui's car. The engagement ceremony was held at the Mo family's villa. By 10 in the morning, many friends and relatives had already gathered at the Mo family's villa to offer their congratulations. Indeed, there were also those who came to watch the spectacle. Before this, Zhao Jingrong had been Imo-Kishin's fiancé. Baichuan was a junior in the family, and now things were in disarray, weren't they? More importantly, Baichuan had previously been cheated on by Li Xianxian. Everyone thought Zhao Jingrong must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to marry Baichuan. Otherwise, with Zhao Jingrong's status, she could have found someone better. In fact, Zhao Jingrong's parents and brothers initially did not approve of her being with Baichuan. But after finding out that Baichuan was Mr. Mog, they had no more objections. That was the famous Mr. Mog. Marrying him was like a blessing cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Now let them laugh. Once they find out Baichuan is Mr. Mog, they'll be the ones surprised. By then, Zhao Jingrong would be the object of the whole city's envy. Zhao Jingrong, dressed in a red gown, and Mo Qishan stood at the entrance to greet the guests. Mo Qishan gently held on to Ni Yang as they walked over. Uncle Lu, Miss Ni, Zhao Jingrong was in a great mood today, all smiles. After all, the man standing next to her was a well-known figure. Soon, she would be his fiancé, his companion. Baichuan watched the two approaching. He felt it was utterly blinding. This worthless Uncle Lu was definitely not worthy of Ni Yang. Ni Yang would never fall for such a man. Ni Yang must be truly heartbroken today, especially since he was getting engaged to Zhao Jingrong. But heartbreak was useless now. He had given Ni Yang a chance, and it was she who did not seize it properly. She couldn't blame anyone else. Baichuan squinted his eyes, subtly observing every minute expression on Ni Yang's face. Ni Yang, as usual today, wore a cheongsam and a coat. The plain cheongsam paired with a deep blue coat emanated an indescribable vigor. Ni Yang handed a prepared red envelope to Zhao Jingrong. I wish you love that endures through the years, may you know each other as intimately as ever, and may you bathe in the river of love for the rest of your lives. Thank you. Zhao Jingrong accepted the red envelope, then responded, I also wish that you and Uncle Lu soon achieve harmony and enter the palace of marriage. Ni Yang smiled and thanked her, then she and Mo Qishan walked inside. Baichuan slightly frowned. He felt something was off. From the beginning to the end, Ni Yang's face showed not a hint of sadness. Seeing the person she loved get engaged to another woman, could she really feel nothing? Or was she suppressing her own feelings? Actually, deep inside, she had already fallen apart. After all, Ni Yang was the best at acting. Yes. That must be it. In the hall, Mo Baichuan's parents were hosting important guests. Mrs. Mo was chatting with Mrs. Shengguan and Mrs. Zheng. Shengguan Dehui was strolling in the Mo family's garden with Ni Tsuehua. Apart from the relatives of the Mo family, the relatives from Zhao Jingrong's family were also in the hall. Today, Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong were the protagonists, so Mo Qishan didn't need to entertain guests, so he took Ni Yang upstairs to play games, planning to come down for dinner when it was time. As Mo Baichuan made several rounds in the hall and failed to see Ni Yang, he became more convinced that Ni Yang must be feeling terrible inside. Without even thinking, he knew Ni Yang must have secretly hidden in a corner to cry. She brought this on herself. She didn't deserve any sympathy. Mo Baichuan indifferently withdrew his gaze and, urged by Zhao Jingrong, went with her to attend to Zhao family's relatives. The engagement party was very smooth. Ni Yang and Mo Qishan didn't come downstairs until it was time to eat. The Mo family was thriving, and during the meal, Song Beiqing brought a group of younger family members to toast. Ni Yang actually had a good tolerance for alcohol, but Mo Qishan wouldn't let her drink, blocking all the shots taken by the juniors. His originally pale face warmed with hints of ruddy color. His whole demeanor took on a more lively charm. Ni Yang quietly tugged at Mo Qishan's hand. Brother Mo, you've had too much. I know my limits, I won't overdo it, Mo Qishan whispered close to her ear. Actually, I can hold my liquor pretty well too, Ni Yang said. Hearing this, Mo Qishan's expression darkened slightly. Nonsense. Why should a girl be drinking at all? What about you then? My tolerance should be better than yours. In my previous life, I once drank over a liter of vodka and didn't even feel dizzy. Mo Kishin's eyes deepened, the scent of alcohol warm as it evenly floated to Ni Yang's ear. Do I look like I can't handle it? Ni Yang, she suspected that Mo Kishin was flirting, but she had no proof. Their interaction was all caught by Mo Baichuan across the room. Upon seeing this scene, Mo Baichuan's face turned sour. What was Ni Yang doing? Was she doing this on purpose for him to see? Did she think he liked her that much? Then she was really overestimating herself. Mo Baichuan's face subtly changed, and he reached out to put an arm around Zhao Jingrong's waist. Come, let's go and give Uncle Six and Auntie Six a toast. Okay, Zhao Jingrong nodded. The two walked over to Mo Qixin and Ni Yang. Mo Baichuan raised his glass. Uncle Six, Auntie Six, Jingrong and I would like to toast to you. Your Auntie Six doesn't drink much, he'll have her drink, he said and then downed the drink in his glass. His gesture of blocking the drink for Ni Yang was inexplicably charming. Zhao Jingrong was a bit fascinated. She had been with Mo Baichuan for so long, and he had never done something so considerate, let alone block a drink for her. Moreover, regardless of Mo Qixin looking better than Mo Baichuan, he had a royal aura that Mo Baichuan did not possess. Too bad, appearance and aura can't be eaten. Even if Mo Qixin looked good, he was nothing but a wastrel at heart. Thinking this, Zhao Jingrong felt somewhat better. She was marrying Mr. Mog, how could this wastrel, Mo Qixin, compare? After the toast, Mo Qixin put the glass back on the table. Have some tea quickly. Ni Yang gave Mo Qixin a strong cup of tea, it's to help with the alcohol. Throughout it all, Ni Yang had not spared Mo Baichuan a single glance. Mo Baichuan squinted his eyes and walked away with Zhao Jingrong. Just then, an elderly couple with gray hair walked over, holding on to each other. The elderly couple were shaky on their feet and almost fell as they approached, but fortunately, Ni Yang quickly stood up and steadied them. Be careful, elderly. Thank you. The elderly man looked up and saw Mo Qixin, excitedly exclaimed, Uncle Six. Uncle Six, do you still remember me? Imsen Wazi. Uncle Six. Who is this elderly man calling? Both of these elderly people seemed to be in their 70s or 80s, didn't that make their Uncle Six over 100 years old? But she hadn't seen any centenarians at the event today. For a moment, Ni Yang was confused. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1064, The Uncomfortable Mo Baichuan, Chapter 24, At that moment, Mo Qixin nodded calmly, I remember. Ni Yang. Mo Qixin was their Uncle Six. Had she heard wrong? Ni Yang looked at Mo Qixin with a face full of surprise. Mo Qixin smiled and said, Yang, this is my nephew Lu Daqiang. You can call him Daqiang or Third Kiddo, it's all fine. Third Kiddo, this is your Auntie Six. The old master said very respectfully, hello, Auntie Six. Ni Yang swallowed, and that term Third Kiddo ultimately didn't leave her lips, hello. The old master nudged the old lady next to him with his elbow. After a moment, the old lady reacted, bowed, and followed suit, hello Uncle Six, Auntie Six. Hello, you too. Ni Yang had long known that Mo Qixin's generational ranking in the Mo family was not low, but she didn't know that his ranking was so high. And moreover, when the two elders looked at Mo Qixin, there wasn't a trace of disdain in their eyes, but all the respect that a junior should have. A prominent family really was a prominent family. That kind of adherence to tradition that came from the bones was something ordinary people simply couldn't imitate. Just then, the old master called over a middle-aged couple and proceeded, Uncle Six, Auntie Six, this is the Jianhua couple. Jianhua, Ingzi, these are your Grandpa Six and Grandma Six. The middle-aged couple immediately greeted them. Hello, Grandpa Six and Grandma Six. Ni Yang raised an awkward but polite smile. Hello to you too. Mo Chishan casually took out 2 red envelopes from his pocket and handed them to them. After the family of 4 left, Ni Yang looked at Mo Chishan and said, I didn't expect your family ranking to be so high. Mo Chishan, with an air of someone used to the world, said, What's so surprising about that? Some people even call me great-grandpa. It's just that they're not here today. Mo Baichuan's generational ranking in the Mo family was already high, and since Mo Chishan was the youngest, his ranking was naturally even higher. Ni Yang said, Does that mean I'm supposed to be a great-grandma now? Mo Chishan continued, What does it matter if our generational ranking is high? Wait until our daughter is born in the future, and they'll all have to call her granny. Because little Ni Yun was just too cute, Mo Chishan particularly wanted a daughter. A daughter born to him and Ni Yang would definitely be very cute and very pretty. Cut it out. Ni Yang poked Mo Chishan's arm. Dream on. Mo Chishan, slightly tipsy, wrapped an arm around Ni Yang's shoulder. Yang, let's have a few more daughters in the future. Right now there's a family planning policy, each family can only have 1 child, Ni Yang reminded him. Then shall we immigrate to another country? Mo Chishan suggested. No. Ni Yang said, Born a Chinese, die with the soul of a Chinese, I am firmly against changing nationality. Ni Yang aspired to earn a hefty sum from foreigners for the Chinese skincare industry, and to stand up for it. How could she possibly consider immigration? She was Chinese, why would she contribute to another country? That was just impossible. All right then, if you don't move, I won't move. In the future, you'll call the shots in our family. Actually, Mo Chishan had no intention of immigrating either, he just said it on a whim. Big brother Mo, you've had too much to drink, it'll help you upstairs to rest. I haven't had that much. Let's go. Ni Yang greeted the others at the dining table and then supported Mo Chishan as they headed upstairs. Do you need any help, little auntie? Song Beiqing came over to ask. With one hand around Mo Chishan's waist and the other gripping his hand, Ni Yang said, Thanks, but there's no need. I can manage on my own. Are you sure you can handle it? Song Beiqing expressed his doubts. Mo Chishan was nearly 190 centimeters tall, though not fat, he was still a big man. Mo Chishan was honestly worried that Ni Yang wouldn't be able to carry him. Ni Yang laughed and said, Piece of cake. Are you sure you don't need help? Dear nephew. Ni Yang looked up at Song Beiqing, I am sure and certain that I don't need your help. Go play over there. Go play over there. Did Ni Yang just treat him like a 3-year-old child? Song Beiqing scratched his head. During their conversation, Ni Yang had led Mo Chishan to the stairwell of the 2nd floor. This convinced Song Beiqing, it seemed Ni Yang truly was capable. As Song Beiqing watched the backs of Ni Yang and Mo Chishan, another person was also watching. This person was Mo Baichuan. Mo Baichuan narrowed his eyes, and the expression at the bottom of his eyes didn't look good. He could no longer distinguish when Ni Yang was pretending and when she was not. Could it be that Ni Yang watched him and Zhao Jingrong's engagement without feeling a thing? Could it be that she had to wait until he and Zhao Jingrong got married before she came to steal the bride? Mo Baichuan exhaled softly. Ni Yang took Mo Chishan straight to the 3rd floor room and then made him a cup of honey water. Honey water, it sobers you up. Mo Chishan obediently took the cup and drained the honey water in one gulp. Do you want more? Ni Yang asked. No, thanks. Just then, Mo Chishan suddenly reached out, hugged Ni Yang, and pressed her onto the sofa. Feeling his unusual behavior, Ni Yang pushed him. Brother Mo, you're drunk. Don't move, let me hold you for a while. Mo Chishan's tone was deep. After quite some time, Imo finally let her go, stood up, and walked to the side. Brother Imo, where are you going? I'm going to the restroom, Imo answered. Do you need help? Ni Yang asked absent-mindedly. Upon hearing this, Imo Kishin's steps halted, and he turned to look at Ni Yang. The depth of his eyes seemed like a concentrated ink that had not spread. His tone was low. Are you sure? Only then did Ni Yang realize what she had said, and her ears blushed furiously, abandoning the cup, and she walked downstairs. I'll go check downstairs. Imo let out a light chuckle, pulled open the bathroom door, and soon there was the sound of splashing water from inside. Downstairs the guests were still in abundance. Aunt, why did you come down alone? Where is my uncle? Song Beiqing saw Ni Yang coming down from upstairs and asked with concern. He drank too much and is lying in bed now, Ni Yang said. Song Beiqing nodded, I see. Actually, since a moment ago, Song Beiqing had found it quite strange. Imo used to have a very good alcohol tolerance, so how did he get drunk after just a few drinks today? Aunt, when do you plan to get the formalities done with my uncle? Song Beiqing inquired. What formalities? Ni Yang hadn't quite caught on. Just then, Mo Baichuan, who happened to be holding a wine glass, overheard the conversation. Hearing Ni Yang's tone, it seemed that she had no intention of being together with Mo Qishan. He knew it, the reason Ni Yang was with Mo Qishan was all because of him. In this way, on the day of his and Zhao Jingrong's wedding, Ni Yang was sure to show her true colors. With this thought, Mo Baichuan's originally gloomy heart suddenly brightened. The formalities with my uncle, of course. Song Beiqing continued, when are you planning to have the wedding? Ni Yang smiled, oh, that. There's no rush. Let's talk about it after I graduate. Ni Yang was only 19 this year, she didn't want to step into the institution of marriage so early. Might as well wait. After all, men don't have to give birth, so it doesn't matter if they marry late. Song Beiqing said, but my uncle is already 29 this year. By the time you graduate, he'll be old. Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, nephew, as I recall, you're about the same age as your uncle, right? Do you have a girlfriend? When are you getting married? If you don't, I have a few pretty girls around me, shall I introduce you to one? Hearing this, Song Beiqing felt a headache coming on. He hated being rushed into marriage the most and quickly replied, Aunt, I have other things to deal with. I'll check over there. Ni Yang chuckled. This engagement conveniently set the wedding date for Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong, which was on the 18th of June on the lunar calendar, more than 4 months away. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had gone by. During this time, Zhuoling had a hard time. In just 2 months, he looked like he had aged 10 years. He regretted it. He didn't want to live with Chen Liebao, who was no better than Zhu Beiji, for another day. Mom, I want to divorce Chen Liebao. What did you say? Zhuo's mother was startled. I want to divorce Chen Liebao. Zhuoling repeated. Zhuo's mother hurriedly covered Zhuoling's mouth, Lingling, you can't talk nonsense like that. Zhuoling's current job was given to him by Chen Libao's father. If he divorced, where would Zhuoling work? Mom, I've had enough. Zhuo's mother said, actually, Liebao is not bad except for having a bit of a temper. She comes from a good family. After her parents pass away, all their property will be yours. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1065. Upon learning the truth, filled with immense regret, 25th update. As she finished speaking, his mother continued, "You're not still thinking about that Shangguanxi, are you?" Zhuo Ling fell silent for a moment. His mother slapped him on the back of his head, "You're such a fool. Shangguanxi is just a little village girl, how could she compare to Lai Bao? If you married Shangguanxi, our family might not even have a warm meal to eat." In summary, his mother was still very satisfied with Chen Lai Bao. After all, Chen Lai Bao was rich. Zhuo Ling sighed. His mother went on, "Lingling, don't talk about that kind of thing in the future. They say when you marry for clothes and food, but it's the same when you take a wife. A girl with conditions like Lai Bao, there are countless people outside who are vying for her. It's also because Lai Bao has good taste that she chose you. Come on, go shopping with mom and watch a movie. Watching a movie will make you feel better." Zhuo Ling followed his mother out. Coincidentally, just as they hit the street, they saw an acquaintance. It was Shangguanxi. They saw Shangguanxi coming out of the mall carrying big and small bags and getting into a sedan car. A sedan car. His mother nudged Zhuo Ling's arm, "Is that person Shangguanxi?" Zhuo Ling was stunned, "It seems like her." "Whose car is that?" his mother asked curiously, wondering if Shangguanxi had snagged a rich guy. "I don't know whose it is." Zhuo Ling shook his head, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Shangguanxi was still beautiful and confident and had even found herself a wealthy boyfriend. And he had become a married man. Before the mother and son could react, the car drove away. His mother looked in the direction the car disappeared, her eyes filled with curiosity. She was genuinely curious. After all, Shangguanxi almost became her future daughter-in-law. Now that Shangguanxi was riding in a sedan car, how could she not be curious? She had no idea what Shangguanxi's boyfriend looked like. But for sure, Shangguanxi's boyfriend couldn't be as outstanding as Zhuo Ling. Nor as good-looking as him. Being able to drive a sedan car, maybe he's some old, decrepit man. Yes. That must be it. Thinking this way, his mother felt a bit better. For such a young girl like Shangguanxi to marry an old man, that wasn't something to be proud of. "Lingling, I think Shangguanxi's current boyfriend must be some old creep. Maybe even older than your dad. Geez, such a girl is really shameless. Ready to do anything for money, it's a good thing you dumped her back then. Otherwise, she would have surely cheated on you eventually." His mother blurted out what was on her mind. Zhuo Ling was taken aback. "Mom, don't talk nonsense." "Nonsense? What I'm saying is based on facts. Shangguanxi should look at herself. A village girl like her, thinking she could marry into a wealthy family. Dream on." That made some sense. Shangguanxi was, after all, a country girl. How could a country girl marry into a wealthy family? Dream on. And Zhuo Ling had seen Wu Chenjin's car before. He was certain that the car just now wasn't Wu Chenjin's. So, the driver definitely wasn't Wu Chenjun. If the driver wasn't Wu Chenjun, it was very likely, as his mother said, that Shangguanxi had found herself an old man. Though Shangguanxi went off with an old man, he had married Chen Lai Bao, a sow, but at least she was young. Thinking like that, Zhuo Ling felt a lot better and walked toward the cinema with his mother. After watching the movie and stepping out of the cinema, Zhuo Ling ran into Shangguanxi again. This time, Zhuo Ling also saw the person driving the car clearly. The unbelievably driver was Shangguanxi herself. And sitting in the passenger seat wasn't some old man, but Shangguanxi's sister, Ni Yang. It seemed that Ni Yang was teaching Shangguanxi how to drive. Why could Ni Yang drive? Where did they get the car from? Weren't the Shangguan family very poor? What was going on now? For a moment, Zhuo Ling panicked. His mother was also surprised. Is that little girl in the passenger seat Shangguanxi's stepdaughter? If Shangguanxi really had married an old man, then it would make sense for her to have a stepdaughter about her age. Zhuo Ling shook his head. That's Sheng Wanzai's sister, Ni Yang. My goodness, his mother covered her mouth in astonishment. Could it be that the sedan car belonged to Sheng Wanzai's family? Impossible, right? What in the world was happening? It must be a mistake. His mother patted Zhuo Ling's hand. Even though Sheng Wanshi was driving, it doesn't necessarily mean the car is hers. Maybe it was given to her by that old man. Source: web novel. Com, updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1066, Upon Learning the Truth, Filled with Immense Regret, 25th Update, _2. Really? Zhuo Ling's feelings were extremely complicated now. Thinking back to what he had seen at the Ni family last time, he felt as if he had missed out on a goldmine. Madame Zhua nodded. Yes. That's definitely it. Come on, Lingling, let's go to the bank. We need to pay Auntie Zhou her salary tomorrow. Madame Zhua dragged Zhuo Ling to the bank. Just at that moment, they ran into Sheng Wansu leaving the bank. He was looking down and saying something to the assistant behind him, clearly a high-ranking leader. Zhuo Ling was stunned again. Sheng Wanshi had mentioned that Sheng Wansu worked at the bank, and Zhuo Ling thought he was just a menial worker, but it didn't seem so now. Could a menial worker have such an air about him? What's wrong, Lingling? Madame Zhua tugged at Zhuo Ling's sleeve. Zhuo Ling swallowed hard. The person walking in front is Sheng Wanzai's older brother, Sheng Wansu. Sheng Wanzai's older brother. Madame Zhuo looked up. Sheng Wansu also heard the noise and looked over here, then quickly averted his gaze as if the Zhuo mother and son were mere ants. Seeing this, Zhuo Ling felt extremely upset. After all, Sheng Wansu had been quite polite to him when they met the parents that night. Madame Zhua, holding Zhuo Ling's arm, said, if Sheng Wanzai's brother works at the bank, then the people there must surely know the Sheng Wan family situation. Let's go and inquire. Zhuo Ling was pulled by Madame Zhua into the bank lobby. While withdrawing money, Madame Zhua took the opportunity to ask, by the way, does that young man named Sheng Wansu work at your bank? The teller smiled and said, Sheng Wansu is our bank manager. Manager? Hearing these two words, the Zhuo mother and son were completely stunned. What's the concept of a manager? Ordinary people find it very difficult to become even clerks at a bank, and if a family has a bank manager, he must be the pride of the entire family. Not to mention a manager. Neither Madame Zhua nor Zhuo Ling expected Sheng Wansu to be the manager. Madame Zhua was taken aback and then said, Comrade, you must be joking with me. I know Sheng Wansu. He even has a sister named Sheng Wanshi. If Sheng Wansu really is the manager, would he still live in the countryside? The teller smiled and responded, Auntie, I'm not joking with you at all. Sheng Wansu is indeed our manager, and he comes from an exceptional family background. His family's business is a century-old illustrious household in Beijing. As for why he lives in the countryside, I heard it's because the elders in his family say the rural air is better. But our manager only stays there once a week. Speaking of Sheng Wansu, the teller had a lot to say. Our manager is a man with ideals and aspirations. He doesn't want to inherit the family wealth. I heard that in the future, the Sheng Wan family's property will all be left to his sister, Sheng Wanshi. However, his sister is an outstanding girl too. She is currently learning at the Mingming Group to take over the family business, and it won't be long before she takes charge. Boom. It was like a clap of thunder rang in the ears of Madame Zhua and Zhuo Ling. They were left dizzy and disoriented. What's going on? How could this be? Who could have imagined that Sheng Wanzai's family background was this remarkable? Zhuoling wished he could immediately throw himself into the river. He was filled with regret. He regretted not cherishing Shangguanxi properly. If he had cherished her, then all of the Shangguan family's property would be his. Madame Zhuo felt even worse than Zhuoling. After all, the person who disagreed with Shangguanxi and Zhuoling getting together was her. What foolishness had she committed? She wished she could smash her head against a wall. It was truly a case of losing a gold mine and picking up a sesame seed. Mother and son burst into tears on the spot. The teller was startled. "Well, what's wrong with you two?" Madame Zhuo and Zhuoling left the bank, bewildered. Zhuoling angrily said, "It's all your fault, Mom. If it weren't for your meddling, Shangguanxi and I would be married by now. I'd be the Shangguan family's son-in-law." Shangguanxi had even sneaked out her household registration book, ready to register their marriage with him. Zhuoling was full of regret, so much regret. Madame Zhuo, crying, said, "Blame me, it's all my fault. Hit me, Lingling. I let you down, I was blind, what good is hitting you? Will that bring Shangguanxi back?" Just then, Madame Zhuo suddenly stopped crying and looked up at Zhuoling. "Lingling, Shangguanxi likes you so much, she couldn't have forgotten about you so quickly. Let's go find her now. You apologize to her, truly apologize. Maybe she'll forgive you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1067, Upon Learning the Truth, Filled with Immense Regret, 25th Update, _3. Upon hearing this, Zhuoling's eyes lit up. 3 years of feelings for Shangguanxi, maybe she really would forgive him. The mother and son hurried back to the spot they had been at, and luckily, Shangguanxi and Ni Yang were still there. "Xiaoxi, my good child, why are you here?" Zhuo's mother approached and tapped on the car window, looking urgently at Shangguanxi. Zhuoling said, "Xiaoxi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Can we start over, please? Give me a chance, and from now on, I'll do anything you say." Shangguanxi gave them a cold glance. "Get lost." Then she floored the gas pedal, and the car took off, leaving the Zhuo family mother and son in a cloud of dust. Realizing there was no chance of reconciliation, the mother and son sat down on the ground and broke into loud sobs. Ni Yang gave a thumbs up to Shangguanxi. "Sister Xiaoxi, that was impressive, your driving is getting better and better." Shangguanxi said a bit sheepishly, "I don't know what came over me just now, suddenly, I drove so well." Ni Yang continued, "By the way, was that old lady we saw earlier Zhuoling's mother?" Shangguanxi nodded. Ni Yang went on, "From her looks, that old lady is no easy customer. Don't get fooled by them again." Shangguanxi said without words, Yang, do I look like a fool to you?" She wasn't stupid enough to be tricked by Zhuoling again. Besides, it seemed like she was starting to like someone else now. Thinking of that person, a smile touched Shangguanxi's brows. Seeing this, Ni Yang felt relieved. Wu Yanyan had been coming home very late these days, which deeply worried Wu Jinshu, so he decided to wait for her at the community entrance. He wouldn't have known how bad it was if he hadn't waited. He was shocked. Wu Yanyan wasn't coming back with a female classmate but was being dropped off by a young man on a motorbike. Seeing this, Wu Jinshu was furious, and he reached out to stop the motorbike. "Yanyan, get off now." Wu Yanyan, who was in the back seat, was startled. "Dad, come here." Wu Yanyan hesitated, then walked behind Wu Jinshu. Wu Jinshu pointed at Wei Haoguang, the motorbike rider, and said, "Young man, our Yanyan is a good girl, she needs to study hard. Please don't come looking for her again. Otherwise, I'll hit you every time I see you." Wei Haoguang was also scared, and he took off on his motorbike, making a U-turn to flee. Wu Yanyan frowned and said, "Dad. What were you just saying? Wei Haoguang is just a friend. How am I supposed to face my friends after what you just did?" "Yanyan," Wu Jinshu said, "you are still a student. As a student, you should behave like one. What does it look like, hanging out with these kinds of dubious people all the time? I forbid you to associate with them from now on. And another thing, tell me the truth. Have you not been going to your classmates' houses to study recently? Have you been hanging out with these people all this time? It's none of your business. You have no right to interfere with who I am friends with." Wu Yanyan turned and stormed off. Wu Jinshu sighed and followed behind her. Once home, Yan Erjun noticed the father and daughter both looked upset, so she asked what was wrong. Wu Jinshu looked at Wu Yanyan. "You ask her." Wu Yanyan snorted and walked to her room, backpack slung over her shoulder. Didn't she even have the right to choose her friends now? Wu Jinshu didn't understand Wei Haoguang at all. What right did he have to think so badly of him? Just because she wasn't their biological child, did that mean they could treat her like this? What exactly happened? Since Yan Erju dared not upset Wu Yanyan, she had to keep asking Wu Jinshu. Wu Jinshu repeated what he had just witnessed. Yan Erju's mouth hung open in surprise after hearing this. Wu Jinshu continued, "This child is really too confused. How can she hang out with that kind of person? She's a girl, after all. What if she gets taken advantage of? And when I tell her, she actually gets unhappy. She's really become uncontrollable." Yan Erju sighed. Just then, the phone in the house started to ring. Yan Erju walked over to answer it. After recognizing the voice on the other end of the line, Yan Erju said with a smile, "Oh, it's Teacher Zhou. You were saying." The call lasted for over half an hour. After hanging up, the smile on Yan Erju's face disappeared completely, leaving her face clouded with worry. Teacher Zhou was Wu Yanyan's homeroom teacher. She said that Wu Yanyan's grades had recently plummeted severely, falling from second in the class all the way down to near the bottom. What did being near the bottom mean? It meant that Wu Yanyan might not even get into a community college. After calming down, the couple earnestly implored Wu Yanyan throughout the evening, but she still came home very late the next day. "Did you go riding motorcycles with that disreputable youth again?" Wu Jinshu asked. Wu Yanyan glared at Wu Jinshu. "I'll say it again, Wei Haoguang is my friend, and he is not disreputable." Yan Erju tried to mediate from inside. "Xiaoyun, your dad didn't mean that. He just feels that your current task is to focus on your studies. Once you get into a good university, you can hang out with whoever you want. We won't be interfering then." Yan Erju hadn't finished her sentence when Wu Yanyan interrupted her. "I don't need you to intervene even now." The next day Wu Yanyan simply skipped classes. Wu Jinshu, beside himself with anger, abandoned his work and went out to find Wu Yanyan. After searching the entire afternoon, he finally located her. When he arrived at the scene, Wu Jinshu almost went mad with fury. Drinking. Wu Yanyan was actually drinking. Wu Jinshu grabbed a glass of alcohol and splashed it harshly on Wu Yanyan's face. "Come back home with me." "I won't go back." Wu Yanyan glared back at Wu Jinshu. "I'm already of age. You have no right to control my life. Come back with me." Wu Jinshu grabbed Wu Yanyan's wrist in one movement. After much difficulty, they managed to bring Wu Yanyan back home, where she sat crying and making a commotion. Why couldn't she drink? Even Ni Yang had drunk when he graduated from high school last year, so why couldn't she? Everything she did was wrong. She felt like she shouldn't exist in this world at all. Yan Erju tried to reason with Wu Yanyan in a gentle, persuasive manner, but Wu Yanyan simply wouldn't listen. The next day, Wu Yanyan stubbornly refused to go to school. She would agree to go to school on one condition. Her parents couldn't intervene in her choice of friends. She wanted to be with Wei Haoguang. Having no other option, Wu Jinshu had no choice but to find Yang. Yang, I know I shouldn't be coming to you at this time, but I'm really at my wit's end. Xiaoyun is just too stubborn. Please, help me persuade her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1068, Can Never Escape the True Fragrance Law. Upon hearing the words, Yang furrowed her brows slightly. Godfather, it's not that I don't want to help, but with Yanyun's temperament, if I were to try to persuade her now, it would not only be ineffective but would likely add fuel to the fire and make things worse. Yang understood Wu Yenyun too well. If she went to persuade Wu Yenyun now, Wu Yenyun would definitely become defiant. In Wu Yenyun's heart, she was a sinner, whatever she did was wrong. So it was not appropriate for her to appear in front of Wu Yenyun at this time. Wu Jinshu was silent for a moment. Upon reflection, what Yang said made a lot of sense. Wu Yenyun hated Yang so much now, that if Yang stepped in, it would likely only make things more severe. Just like last time, when Wu Yenyun fell seriously ill, although it was Yang who cured her, not only did Wu Yenyun not feel the slightest bit of gratitude, but she also blamed Yang for saving her. With this thought, Wu Jinshu sighed, I wasn't thoughtful enough. In Wu Jinshu's heart, Yang was almost like an omnipotent being, capable of solving almost any problem. So when he encountered a problem, he immediately thought of Yang. But he had overlooked the most hidden danger of all. Yang, then what do you think I should do? Your godmother and I are really out of options, Wu Jinshu went on to say. Yang then said, 18 is a sensitive age. Godfather, you don't need to be too nervous. If you're worried about Yenyun going astray, I suggest you take her to see a psychologist for counseling. 18 is right in the throes of puberty, and kids at this stage are extremely sensitive. To them, a small incident can often be blown out of proportion, and they can easily get stuck in a dead end. See a doctor. Wu Jinshu asked, puzzled. Yenyun isn't ill, can seeing a doctor solve the problem? Yang nodded slightly. Given the current circumstances, psychological counseling is the best approach. Psychologists are different from regular doctors. Psychologists are also consultants who use therapy to deal with psychological issues. Right now, Yenyun just can't get past the psychological barrier. Alright, you'll go back and discuss it with your godmother. Yang continued, I happen to know a very authoritative foreign psychologist. If you decide to bring Yenyun there, I can give you his contact information. Okay. After Wu Jinshu went back, he discussed the matter with Yen Erju. Yen Erju trusted Yang completely. Since Yang had suggested it, it must be right. Then let's take Yenyun to see him tomorrow, Yen Erju said. Wu Jinshu put his hat back on his head. Since you agree, you'll go get that psychologist's contact information from Yang right now. The treatment you receive at the hospital can be entirely different if you know someone from if you don't. Then hurry back, she said. Wu Jinshu went to the Ni family in the dark. After hearing about the situation with Wu Yenyun, Ni Tsuhua sighed. Although she had already decided to disown this daughter, seeing Wu Yenyun in such a fallen state now made her somewhat sad. The next day, the Wu family couple planned to take Wu Yenyun to the hospital. When Wu Yenyun heard that her parents were going to take her to see a doctor, she became extremely emotional. Why take me to the hospital? I'm not sick. How absurd. Completely absurd. Wu Jinshu said, Yenyun, listen to me, this psychologist is for counseling, not like a doctor who treats illnesses and performs surgery. So what you're saying is, I have a psychological problem. Wu Yangyun retorted. What's wrong with my mental state? In your eyes, am I some kind of lunatic? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. So in the eyes of her parents, she was just a lunatic. A lunatic who needed to see a doctor. Wu Jinshu immediately explained, no, Yangyun, nobody is saying you're a lunatic. We just think that you need some psychological counseling. Yan Erju also followed up with an explanation, Yangyun, just listen to your mom and dad this one time. You're still a student, but what kind of student doesn't go to school? Isn't that a psychological issue? Wu Yangyun then said, it's something Ni Yang instigated again, isn't it? Did Ni Yang tell you to take me to the hospital? Who else but Ni Yang would do such things? Ni Yang just couldn't bear to see her doing well. It was deliberate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1069, Can Never Escape the True Fragrance Law _2. Wu Jinshu said, it's not Yang Yang, this matter has nothing to do with Yang Yang, it was something I heard from others, they said you need to see a psychologist. A psychologist can guide you through it, and you can then untie your heart knot. Ni Yang had thought it through carefully. If Ni Yang had come with him today to persuade Wu Yangyun, given Wu Yangyun's current condition, things would have definitely gotten worse. It was usually okay not to mention Ni Yang, but the moment Ni Yang and the Ni family were brought up, Wu Yangyun would change completely. Utterly unrecognizable. Thankfully, Ni Yang didn't come today. Under the current circumstances, Wu Jinshu could only deny that Ni Yang had anything to do with this matter. Wu Yangyun continued, it is Ni Yang. Stop trying to fool me. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Yan Erju sighed, Xiao Yun, stop being so stubborn, let's go to the hospital. I won't go. I'm not sick. Making her go to the hospital to see a doctor out of the blue, Ni Yang was clearly up to no good. She was doing it on purpose. Ni Yang told me to see a doctor, why doesn't she go herself? Yan Erju said, Yangyun, why do you always have to drag Yang Yang into everything? This really has nothing to do with Yang Yang. It's your dad and I, we want to take you to the hospital ourselves. Not Ni Yang. Wu Yangyun angrily said, do you dare swear it's not Ni Yang? If it is Ni Yang, may lightning strike me dead. Erju was stunned. Wu Jinshu was an atheist and immediately raised 3 fingers to swear, fine. I swear, if it's Ni Yang, may lightning strike me dead. With that, Wu Jinshu added, okay. Yangyun, come with us to the hospital. It's not good for you to keep skipping school like this. Wu Yangyun still didn't trust Wu Jinshu. She knew for sure that Ni Yang was behind this. Come on, Xiaoyun. Erju took Wu Yangyun's hand and began to lead her out. Let go of me. Wu Yangyun shook off Erju's hand. I'm not going to the hospital. I'm not going anywhere. Wu Yangyun turned and entered her bedroom, closing the door with a bang. Erju sighed, "Aw. What are we supposed to do about this?" Wu Jinshu also sighed helplessly. Yangyun, please open the door. Wu Jinshu knocked on the door. Your mother and I, we have no other intentions but to take you to see a psychologist. Yangyun, Wu Yangyun laid on the bed, her eyes listlessly staring at the ceiling, feeling extremely upset. Just because she wasn't their biological child, her foster parents would rather believe Ni Yang's words over hers. Seeing that Wu Yangyun still didn't respond, Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju, the husband and wife, helplessly shook their heads and returned to their own bedroom. Erju sighed, she hasn't gone to school for a week now. If this continues, not to mention a college diploma, she might not even make it into a regular university. After a pause, Urju added, "Is there really no other way than to see a psychologist?" Wu Jinshu shook his head. Yang didn't say. "Yenyun is angry now, maybe we should ask again tomorrow morning." Urju said, "I never noticed before, but this child's personality is really strange. More than strange. Absolutely bizarre." "She's still young," said Wu Jinshu. "Maybe she'll understand better in a few years." Urju sighed. "She's 18, that's not young." She had been married when she was 18. Wu Jinshu fell silent for a moment. The next morning, Urju specially prepared breakfast that Yenyun liked and then knocked on Yanyun's bedroom door. "Yenyun, come out for breakfast." No response. Twice, still no response. Until the third, fourth time, still no response. Urju stood outside for over 10 minutes before Wu Yenyun finally opened the door. "Will you ever stop bothering me?" Urju was taken aback, then said, "Xiaoyun, freshen up, we can have breakfast now." Wu Yenyun said with an awful look, "I'm not hungry." "Not hungry? How can you not be hungry? You can't skip breakfast. Come and eat." "I said I'm not hungry, aren't you getting annoying?" Wu Yenyun glared at Urju. Urju was taken aback. Wu Yenyun continued, "From now on, I'm going on a hunger strike, until you stop interfering in who I hang out with." "What did you say?" Urju was startled. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1070, Can Never Escape the True Fragrance Law _3. I'm going on a hunger strike. Wu Yenyun declared emphatically, "I'm going to fight you to the very end." After she said that, Wu Yenyun slammed the bedroom door shut with a bang. This time, she wasn't just going to fight her parents to the end, she was going to fight Yang to the end as well. She wasn't a puppet on strings, subject to Yang's manipulation. "Xiaoyun! Xiaoyun!" Yan Urju anxiously pounded on Wu Yanyun's door. Going on a hunger strike was no joke. What if something serious happened? No, absolutely not. She couldn't let Wu Yenyun go on a hunger strike. But, no matter how hard Yan Urju pounded on the door, there was no response from inside. Since she had declared a hunger strike, she wasn't just talking the talk. With no movement inside, Yan Urju had no choice but to give up. She abandoned her duties at the company and rushed to the construction site to find Wu Jinshu. Hearing that Wu Yenyun had actually gone on a hunger strike, Wu Jinshu was also surprised. She really went on a hunger strike. "Do you think I'm joking about something like this?" retorted Yan Urju. Wu Jinshu furrowed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. "What do we do now?" Yan Urju continued to ask. Wu Jinshu sighed and then said, "She's throwing a hunger strike, isn't she? Well, let her go hungry." "Ah." Yan Urju was stunned for a moment. Can that really work? This child is too stubborn, she must be corrected. If she wants to go on a hunger strike, let her. I refuse to believe that, when she's famished, she won't eat. Wu Jinshu was at his wit's end, having worried over Wu Yenyun a lot recently. "Do we really do this?" Yan Urju asked, uncertain. "Yes, just do it." Wu Jinshu asserted firmly, "I want to see just how stubborn she can be." "Well, okay then." Wu Jinshu nodded, "Go back to the company quickly. The company can't run itself. Also, when you're back, lock away all the food at home, and collect the money as well." "Ah." Yan Urju looked at Wu Jinshu in surprise. "Since she wants to starve, let her be thoroughly starved." Wu Jinshu continued, "When you go back, tell Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong that they are not to secretly give her anything to eat. Yan Erju still worried, what if she starves herself into serious trouble? Don't worry, a few days without food won't kill someone. When she's hungry, she'll naturally come to us to ask for food. She's a grown-up, not a child. Why she keeps causing such trouble, I don't understand. Yan Erju hesitated, then nodded her head. After returning, Yan Erju did as Wu Jinshu had said, locking away everything edible in the house along with the loose change, and she instructed Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong not to give Wu Yenyun anything to eat. Wu Yenyun lay in bed until evening, and for the entire day, except for Yan Erju calling her in the morning, no one asked her to eat. It was as if she had been forgotten. Was it because she wasn't their biological child? Would they just watch her starve to death? Wu Yenyun gazed toward the door, her mouth curling into a mocking smile. Did they think she was making an empty threat? Fine. Then she'd show them she wasn't bluffing. Determination deepened in Wu Yenyun's eyes. The next day, Ni Yang visited the construction site and, incidentally, inquired about Wu Yenyun's situation. Wu Jinshu shook his head helplessly. Yenyun absolutely refuses to go to the hospital with us. Now, she's even threatening us with a hunger strike. A hunger strike? Ni Yang asked incredulously. Over Wei Haoguang. Wu Jinshu nodded. Ni Yang frowned slightly. Yenyun is persistent. If she says she'll go on a hunger strike, she'll do it. Normally, people can only survive 3 to 5 days without food and water. Godfather, you should be careful not to let this get out of hand. I'm aware. The feeling of an empty stomach is very uncomfortable. After a day and a half without food, Wu Yenyun felt weak all over, unable to muster any strength. Even her normally healthy, rosy lips had turned paper white and were flaking. She felt dizzy to death. She could barely lift a finger. Yet, in that day and a half, there was no sign of anyone at home. Could it be that they really intended to watch her starve to death? Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu were honest people, they didn't have that many schemes. The person behind this idea was undoubtedly Ni Yang. Ni Yang would be happy to see her starve sooner. In the living room, Yan Erju voiced her concerns. Xiaoyun has gone a day and night without food already. If this continues, can she hold out? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1071. Can never escape the true fragrance. Law_4. Wu Jinshu was also somewhat apprehensive, but he wanted to change Wu Yenyun's stubborn nature. Wait a little longer. Yan Erju sighed. Wu Daolong and Wu Erlong were good kids. Seeing their sisters so hungry, they quietly went around to the back of the house, knocking on Wu Yenyun's window. Big sister, big sister. It's us, we've brought you something to eat. Wu Yenyun opened her eyes, looked towards the window, then struggled to sit up from the bed, step by step, feeling groggy as she walked over to the window. It took her a lot of effort to open it. Big sister, these are meat buns we secretly took from the kitchen, you should eat them quickly. Wu Daolong took out 3 meat buns from his embrace, and Wu Erlong cautiously handed over a cup of warm water. Wu Yenyun weakly looked at them, her eyes filled with mockery. Did Ni Yang send you here? Is this also part of her plan? It must be Ni Yang. Ni Yang wants to see her make a fool of herself. Ni Yang wants her to give in. That was impossible, she would never give in to Ni Yang. She would never let Ni Yang succeed. It's not, it has nothing to do with sister Ni Yang. Wu Daolong shook his head. With all her strength, Wu Yenyun swept away the buns and the warm water. I don't need your sympathy, nor your pretense. Since you too acknowledge Ni Yang as your sister, then don't consider me your sister anymore. The buns fell to the ground, and the water in the cup was all spilled on Wu Daolong. Wu Daolong's eyes turned red, ready to cry. Wu Erlong quickly tiptoed, reaching out to cover Wu Daolong's mouth. "Brother, don't cry, otherwise, Mom and Dad will hear." Wu Daolong pursed his lips, holding back tears. Wu Yanyan slowly closed the window, and it took her a lot of effort again to lie down on the bed. In the living room, seeing Wu Daolong's clothes all wet, Yan Erju asked in surprise, "Daolong, what happened to you? Why are your clothes wet? Did you fight with other kids again?" Boys are very naughty, and Wu Daolong was one of them. He often fought with his peers in the community. Compared to him, Wu Erlong was much more steady. "No." Wu Daolong shook his head. Wu Erlong spoke up, "Brother didn't fight, he got it wet just now while washing his hands." "Why weren't you more careful when washing hands? Quickly go back and change out of those wet clothes." "Oh." Wu Daolong nodded and walked towards his room. By the third day, Wu Jinshu couldn't sit still anymore. "Erju, has Yan Yun not eaten anything these past few days?" Yan Erju nodded, "She hasn't even left her room." Wu Jinshu's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily took off his safety helmet. "Oh no. I hope nothing bad has happened." The two rushed to Wu Yanyan's door and started knocking. There was no response inside. Because Wu Yanyan had already fainted from hunger. "What do we do now?" "It's not really going to be fatal, is it?" Yan Erju was so anxious that she broke out in a sweat. "It won't, don't scare yourself." Wu Jinshu tried to calm himself down. The door was locked from the inside, and if Wu Yanyan didn't open it, they couldn't open it from outside. Wu Jinshu knocked on the door. "Yanyan, open the door quickly. Dad promises you. Dad promises that he won't interfere with who you make friends with from now on. Will you please open the door?" Yan Erju was so anxious she was in a complete mess, her eyes reddening. This wouldn't do. Wu Jinshu turned to Yan Erju, "Go fetch the axe from the house." What are you going to do?" Yan Erju was startled. "Break the door," Wu Jinshu said. Yan Erju breathed a sigh of relief. "All right. I'll go now." Soon, the axe was brought over, and Wu Jinshu smashed the lock open with a few strokes. Yan Erju rushed in. "Xiaoyun." Wu Yanyan was lying unconscious on the bed. "Call 120. Quickly dial 120. Wu Jinshu ran out in a fluster. The ambulance arrived quickly, and luckily, Wu Yanyan didn't have any serious problems. After receiving the nutrient solution, she regained consciousness. "Xiaoyun, why are you so stubborn?" Yan Erju sobbed. Looking around the room, Wu Yanyan was first startled, then asked, "Where am I?" "This is the hospital." Yan Erju replied. Wu Yanyan thought for a moment, then stopped talking. At this moment, Wu Jinshu came in with a food container from outside. Yan Erju took the food container with both hands. "Yanyan, you must be hungry, right? Have some porridge to start with, your dad especially went out to buy this for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1072, Can Never Escape the True Fragrance Law _5. Wu Yanyan turned her head away, without saying a word. Wu Jinshu sighed. "I agree with you." He continued, "From now on, your mom and I won't interfere with your social life. You can hang out with whomever you want. Drink your porridge, get better, and then go to school." "Really?" Wu Yanyan's eyes lit up. Wu Jinshu nodded. "Really?" After saying that, Wu Jinshu added, "This is your choice. If there's any disadvantage due to this matter, don't blame us, your parents, for not warning you. At this point, they could only let go, hoping that Wu Yanyan wouldn't do something to regret. Wu Yanyan nodded, Dad, don't worry, I understand. It's good as long as you are aware. Yan Erju scooped a spoonful of porridge to Wu Yanyan's mouth, eat up. Wu Yanyan then opened her mouth and ate the porridge. Days went by, and soon it was the day the factory was completed. To celebrate and to seek good fortune, Ni Yang bought a lot of firecrackers and fireworks, and also set up more than 50 tables in a banquet in the village. To ensure the quality of dishes, Ni Yang specifically chose 5 chefs from the top kitchen of the country's famous restaurant. The celebration lasted 3 days, and then the factory officially started operations. Including 12 security personnel, there were over 400 people in the factory, but the dormitory was only 1/3 full. The dorms were of 2 types. One was a 6-person room, similar to school dorms, with beds above and storage below. There was also a room for couples. Because of prior training and having the old guide the new, no mistakes occurred on the first day of work, and the production volume was more than 10 times that of before. Han Xiaoyu's father became the factory manager again, very delighted and determined to work hard not to disappoint Ni Yang. The next day, Ni Yang shipped a large batch of goods overseas. Wu Yanyan was leading a pleasant life during this period, with no one to supervise her. She would ride on Wei Haigang's motorcycle almost every evening after school. Today is Saturday. Du Jiaojiao invited Ni Yang to go shopping. Now, in early March, the weather was getting warmer, and Ni Yang wore just a cheongsam, looking stunning and graceful. Du Jiaojiao, with a face full of envy, held Ni Yang's hand. They say winter is the season to gain weight, but you haven't gained a bit, your waist is still so slim. Usually, she saw Ni Yang eat whatever she wanted without specifically dieting, yet she didn't gain weight. Ni Yang smiled and said, a good figure also needs maintenance. Hearing this, Du Jiaojiao's eyes brightened, really? How do you maintain it? If Sister Jiaojiao is interested, I can make a list for you when I get back. Sure, sure. Du Jiaojiao nodded. Then they went to buy clothes and bags, and finally went to the backstreet food alley to eat. Seeing how Du Jiaojiao had lived a luxurious life from childhood, this was her first time eating at a stall. I didn't expect street food to taste so good, said Du Jiaojiao, surprised. What surprised her more was that Ni Yang also ate at street stalls. She had thought Ni Yang, like her, only frequented upscale restaurants like the famous ones. It appeared she knew very little about Ni Yang. Ni Yang said, actually, the real delicacies are hidden in the streets, right, Sister Jiaojiao? That stall's stinky tofu is also very tasty, want to try some? Saying so, Ni Yang led Du Jiaojiao to the stinky tofu stall. Stinky tofu. That smell isn't pleasant. Du Jiaojiao pinched her nose, incredulous, Yang, you actually eat this kind of stuff? That's too exotic. The stall owner said, comrade, don't just judge stinky tofu by its smell. It's actually very tasty. Ni Yang, taking the stinky tofu handed by the boss, said, exactly, it's delicious. Sister Jiaojiao, try one. Du Jiaojiao shook her head hurriedly, no, I don't want it, I'll never eat that. 5 minutes later. Du Jiaojiao held a skewer of stinky tofu and said while eating, delicious. Ni Yang, after finishing the stinky tofu, the two of them went on to stroll elsewhere. Meanwhile, Wu Yanyan and Wei Haoguang also went out shopping. Wu Yanyan spotted Du Jiaojiao eating stinky tofu immediately. Looking around and noting Du Jiaojiao, Ni Yang wasn't there. Wu Yanyan handed what she had in her hands to Wei Haoguang. Wait here for me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1073, Can Never Escape the True Fragrance, Law_6. Where are you going? Wei Haoguang asked. Wu Yanyan replied, I saw an acquaintance, am going over to say hi. Okay. Wu Yanyan walked up to Du Jiaojiao and greeted her with a smile, Sister Jiaojiao. Because of the last time Wu Yanyan bad-mouthed Enai Yang in front of her, Du Jiaojiao no longer had a good impression of her. Only petty people gossip. Enai Yang had never said a bad word about herself in front of her. Du Jiaojiao responded indifferently with a nod. Wu Yanyan wasn't a fool, she clearly felt Du Jiaojiao's cold demeanor. Du Jiaojiao wasn't like this before. She hadn't offended Du Jiaojiao. Why had Du Jiaojiao become like this? It must be Enai Yang. What exactly had Enai Yang bad-mouthed about her to Du Jiaojiao? On what grounds did she tarnish her reputation to Du Jiaojiao? Sister Jiaojiao, is there some misunderstanding between us? Wu Yanyan continued to ask. No, there isn't, said Du Jiaojiao. Wu Yanyan sighed, then, it must be Enai Yang who's been talking about me behind my back, right? Du Jiaojiao shook her head, no, Yang isn't that kind of person who gossips behind people's backs, you're overthinking it. As she finished speaking, Du Jiaojiao added, the one who really gossips behind others' backs is you. Boom. It felt like a thunderbolt had struck Wu Yanyan's mind. She looked at Du Jiaojiao incredulously, her face turning pale. How could this be? Why did everyone take Enai Yang's side? Why? After a long while, Wu Yanyan came back to her senses and stammered, Sister Jiaojiao, you've misunderstood. Du Jiaojiao looked at Wu Yanyan and said, you should learn the meaning of contentment. As an outsider, I think Yang has already been good enough to you. As an outsider, Du Jiaojiao didn't wish to see Wu Yanyan sink deeper. The original Wu Yanyan was a very naive young woman, the human heart is indeed too complex. But in the blink of an eye, Wu Yanyan had become what she was now. Sister Jiaojiao, you don't know, you don't understand, Wu Yanyan continued, I am Enai Yang's biological sister, discarded by their family for their preference for sons over daughters. Du Jiaojiao frowned slightly, but you must understand, it wasn't Yang who discarded you. As an elder sister, she repeatedly reached out to help you, and she owes you nothing. You should be grateful that you have such a good sister, rather than holding any resentment. It's Enai Yang who wronged me, Sister Jiaojiao, listen to me, it really isn't like what Enai Yang has told you. Just then, Wu Yanyan caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of her eye. It was Enai Yang. Enai Yang was walking in this direction. Could it be that Enai Yang had been here all along? Was she eavesdropping on her conversation with Du Jiaojiao? That's just too sneaky, eavesdropping around the corner. Sorry Sister Jiaojiao, I have other things to attend to, I will explain to you in detail some other time. I must go. With that, Wu Yanyan turned and left. Watching Wu Yanyan's retreating back, Du Jiaojiao sighed helplessly. Was that person just now Yanyan? In fact, Enai Yang was not eavesdropping, she held no interest in doing such a thing. She had gone to the restroom and was just returning. Du Jiaojiao nodded, I think that girl is beyond saving. Enai Yang understood what Du Jiaojiao meant and laughed, let her be. Du Jiaojiao looked at Enai Yang, aren't you even a bit curious about what Wu Yanyan said to me? Enai Yang replied indifferently, I don't want to know. After all, she no longer had any expectations for Wu Yanyan. Seeing that Enai Yang really didn't want to know anything, Du Jiaojiao didn't say anything more. Right, where's Duo? Wasn't he following right behind you just now? Du Jiaojiao suddenly realized Duo was gone. Enai Yang said, he's probably flown off to play somewhere. Don't worry about him. Duo is a bird that's quite the handful, always flying off everywhere, and he likes to flirt around outside. Enai Yang has gotten used to it. On this end, Wei Haoguang said in surprise, Yenyun, this bird is yours. It can even talk. Wu Yenyun shook her head. It's not mine, it belongs to a... She paused before continuing, friend. Oh, Wei Haoguang nodded. Yenyun, I'm hungry. Duo flapped his wings and said. Wu Yenyun looked up and said, then come back with me, they'll get you something tasty to eat. Great. Duo was very happy. Wu Yenyun brought Duo back to the Wu family home and got him a lot of tasty treats. Duo was so pleased. Wu Yenyun then said, Duo, do you know where Mr. Du's house is? I know. Wu Yenyun's eyes lit up, then can you take me there? Knowing where Mr. Du lived, she could create some accidental meetings, and also find an opportunity to clear up the last misunderstanding with Mr. Du. Duo promptly flapped his wings and led the way. Duo led Wu Yenyun all the way to Deming Pavilion. Wu Yenyun looked at the gate of Deming Pavilion, confused and asked, Mr. Du lives here. Little bastard. Little bastard. Duo flapped his wings and flew into Deming Pavilion. Now Wu Yenyun could be sure that Mr. Du truly lived here. Because Duo had always called Mr. Du, little bastard. Wu Yenyun didn't like this nickname at all. How dare a beast like him call Mr. Du a little bastard? The way Ni Yang attracted attention was truly low class. She already had a boyfriend, yet she still came to provoke Mr. Du. Wu Yenyun had watched outside Deming Pavilion for 3 days. On the 3rd day, she finally saw Mr. Du coming out of Deming Pavilion and she hastily pretended to bump into him by chance and struck up a conversation. But Mr. Du only said one word to her. A very heartless word. Scram. Wu Yenyun had mustered up her courage to approach Mr. Du, she never expected such a result. In that moment, Wu Yenyun felt her self-respect and pride were harshly trampled to the ground. Feeling depressed, Wu Yenyun went to drink with Wei Haoguang. On the way to drink with Wei Haoguang, they ran into Ni Yang who had just returned from picking up clients at the airport. Remembering what Wu Jinshu had said, Ni Yang drove her car to block Wei Haogang's motorcycle. Yenyun, it's very late now. Get in the car, it'll take you home, don't let your parents worry. Wu Yenyun directly shook off Ni Yang's hand. Scram. What are you? I don't need some random Tom, Dick or Harry meddling in my business. Ni Yang slightly frowned and released Wu Yenyun's hand. Wei Haoguang immediately revved up the motorcycle and took Wu Yenyun away from there. Ni Yang drove her car to a phone booth by the roadside and made a call to Wu Jinshu. Wu Yenyun going out to drink with Wei Haoguang had become a normal thing, so Wu Jinshu didn't take it to heart. She's been going out to drink often recently, sometimes not coming home until midnight. Yang, don't bother about it, just let her be. The more you intervene, the more she'll resent you. After informing Wu Jinshu, Ni Yang had fulfilled her responsibility. All she needed to do was have a clear conscience. After hanging up the call, she stopped minding the matter. If she had insisted on dragging Wu Yenyun back home, Wu Yenyun wouldn't have been grateful, only more resentful towards her. Wei Haoguang had made plans to drink with 3 good brothers tonight. After a few rounds of drinks, one of the brothers put his arm around Wei Haogang's shoulder and said, "How about it, brother? Got that thing ready?" Wei Haoguang glanced sideways at Wu Yenyun who was already drunk. "Don't worry, it's all prepared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1074, Yang is angry. The lighting around was dim, but Wu Yenyun's face could be seen flushed red. She was drunk, but her consciousness was still clear. Leaning on the sofa, she stood up and walked towards the door, reached the corridor, and leaned over the trash can to vomit violently. Wei Haoguang came from behind and asked with concern, "Yenyun, are you all right?" Wu Yanyan waved her hand. Seems like I drank too much, I need to go back. Go back for what? It's still early. Wei Haoguang supported Wu Yanyan towards the inside. We're having such a good time, let's drink a few more glasses. No, really can't drink anymore. Wu Yanyan kept refusing. If I drink again, I'll be drunk. Wei Haoguang, without any argument, pulled Wu Yanyan back into the room and handed her a drink that looked very nice. This is a foreign liquor, try it, it's not very strong, tastes good, and is very suitable for girls. Wu Yanyan pushed the cup back. I really can't drink anymore. Seeing this, the three guys drinking nearby looked at each other with a look of difficulty in their eyes. If Wu Yanyan didn't drink, wouldn't it be a waste of all the preparations they made? This really isn't strong, why don't you take a sip and try? Wei Haoguang insisted again and again, and Wu Yanyan had no choice but to gulp down the drink in her cup. Upon seeing Wu Yanyan finally finishing the drink, a triumphant look flashed in Wei Haogang's eyes. After the liquor went down, Wu Yanyan's head started to hurt more and more, her vision began to blur, and she felt increasingly hot. It felt like there were bugs crawling on her skin, tickling, and the odd sensation grew more and more noticeable. The three men who were drinking at the side all surrounded Wu Yanyan, and at this moment, Wu Yanyan had lost consciousness, her whole person as if trapped in a dream. A profoundly dreadful dream. The next day, Wu Yanyan woke up with her whole body aching. The headache was so intense it felt like it could explode. Wu Yanyan vigorously patted her head, and after a long while, she became clear about her current situation. The ridiculous scenes from last night gradually flashed before her eyes. Wu Yanyan, terrified, widened her eyes, her pupils dilated, blood flowing backward. How could this happen? What to do? What should she do now? Ah! Wu Yanyan grasped her hair with both hands, crying helplessly. Awake? Just then, Wei Haoguang walked in from outside, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking at Wu Yanyan with a mocking face. What? Remembered everything. You bastard! Wu Yanyan grabbed a pillow and threw it fiercely at Wei Haoguang. You all are bastards. Wei Haogang's smile faded as he walked over and grabbed Wu Yanyan's wrist. Wu Yanyan, have you forgotten what you were like last night? No one forced you last night. Indeed, no one had forced Wu Yanyan last night. She always thought it was a dream. If she knew it was real, she definitely wouldn't have done that. Remembering those ludicrous things, Wu Yanyan felt almost insane. The last drink you gave me had something in it, right? Wu Yanyan stared hard at Wei Haoguang. Wei Haoguang, you're not human. You'll get what's coming to you. Wu Yanyan was no fool, she knew the problem must have been with the last drink. Wei Haoguang spoke without fear. You say there was something wrong with my drink, do you have evidence? If you are capable, go to the police. Let everyone know you're a shameless slut. Call the police. Dare Wu Yanyan call the police? Of course not. This is a conservative era. For a young girl to encounter such an unspeakable incident, she'd wish to hide it as tightly as possible. Who would go to the police voluntarily? Even if she did go to the police voluntarily, she couldn't withstand the strange looks from others. Nothing is more important than her chastity. Wei Haoguang was so arrogant precisely because he knew this. Wu Yanyan was stunned, tears streaming incessantly from her eyes. Get out. Get out now. Wu Yanyan pushed Wei Haoguang away with all her might. Because of her vigorous movement, the blanket slid off, exposing her bare skin, and Wu Yanyan clutched the blanket tightly. Get out already. Wei Haoguang spoke scornfully. I've seen it all last night. What are you playing at being decent now? Pa, cheap whore. Get out. Get out. Go away. Wu Yanyan's emotions neared collapse. She now regretted knowing Wei Haoguang and regretted going out to drink with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1075, Yang blows up. _2. She never expected Wei Haoguang to do such a thing to her. Humiliation, awkwardness, and various emotions mingled together, making Wu Yanyan wish she could smash her head against the wall and die. Watching Wu Yanyan like this, Wei Haoguang tugged at the corner of his lips and turned to walk towards the door. Sitting on the bed, Wu Yanyan finally couldn't hold back and cried out loud under the covers. She was tainted. She would never be worthy of a man like Mr. Du anymore. What should she do? Why did things turn out this way? It was about half an hour later that Wu Yanyan stopped crying and slowly put on the clothes she found on the bed. When she returned home, Wu family's couple was sitting at the dining table eating. Seeing Wu Yanyan coming back, Yan Erju didn't ask where she went last night, but just said, "Yanyan is back, come wash up and eat." After the fasting incident, the Wu couple didn't dare to pry into Wu Yanyan's matters anymore. Such matters, if not handled well, could lead to death. Oh. Wu Yanyan replied listlessly. They don't care about her anymore. If it was before, her parents would definitely show concern if she spent a night outside. But today, her parents didn't even ask. Just because she is not their biological child? She felt like an orphan, bullied outside and without family to stand up for her. What meaning is there left in life? Mockery filled Wu Yanyan's eyes. Wu Yanyan went to the bathroom and repeatedly showered, crying while she did. Seeing that Wu Yanyan hadn't come out of the bathroom, Yan Erju felt something was off and went to knock on the door. "Yanyan, what's wrong? Why are you taking so long?" "It'll be done soon," Wu Yanyan said. Yan Erju slightly furrowed her brows. "Yanyan, your voice sounds off. Did something happen?" Wu Yanyan's eyes reddened, and she barely stopped herself from crying, almost bursting into tears again. "I'm really fine, don't worry." Wu Yanyan hurriedly finished up and came out dressed. "Yanyan, did you cry?" Yan Erju was surprised as she looked at Wu Yanyan. "No." Wu Yanyan shook her head. "Then why are your eyes red?" Yan Erju held Wu Yanyan's hands worriedly. "Yanyan, tell mom honestly, did something happen last night?" Wu Yanyan rushed to say, "I just got shampoo in my eyes while washing my hair. I'm fine, mom." "Are you really okay?" Yan Erju asked. "Really?" Wu Yanyan nodded her head. She must never let Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu find out about this. If they knew, they would surely tell Ni Yang. Ni Yang would definitely mock her. She didn't want Ni Yang to see her as a joke. No one should see her as a joke. No one at all. Wu Yanyan clenched her fists tightly. Afraid to say too much in case Wu Yanyan would get angry again, Yan Erju sighed. "If there's anything, you must tell mom and dad." "Okay." Wu Yanyan nodded, then said, "Mom, I'm tired, I'm going back to my room to sleep for a while." "I'll bring the food to your room then." "Okay." All day long, Wu Yanyan lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, looping the scene from last night in her mind, feeling like she was about to explode. The next day, Ni Yang had to make a trip to M country, so she got up early. As it happened, Mo Chishan was also headed to M country, so the two left together. After flying for over 8 hours, they finally reached M country. Upon arriving, Ni Yang stayed in Mo Chishan's castle for 2 days before going to find Annie and Emily. Annie had opened 8 base of beauty physical stores in M country, which were even more successful than those back home, extremely popular and often running out of stock. During the first and second day, Annie took Ni Yang around these 8 shops. Having heard that Ni Yang had expanded the factory, Annie was very excited. Does that mean limited products can be unlimited now? Ni Yang shook her head. Limited products will still be limited. It's only through limitation that the value of an item can be manifested, which in marketing is called the scarcity effect. In 1975, psychologists conducted an experiment by putting the same cookies in two boxes, one box with 10 cookies and the other with only 2, and then had 10 people taste the cookies from both boxes, resulting in everyone agreeing that the cookies in the box with only 2 tasted better. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Joy, a woman in her 30s, very beautiful, and a graduate of a prestigious university in M country, was very suitable to be an agent, and Ni Yang successfully signed a contract with her. On the 5th day, after sorting all the affairs, Ni Yang and Emily embarked on a trip to the hot air balloon country, planning to have a good time there. During Ni Yang's absence, Duo missed her terribly, to the point of losing his appetite. Every day at a certain time he would incessantly call, Yang Yang, Yang Yang. Ni Tsuhua smilingly said, Yang Yang hasn't come back yet. When will Yang Yang come back? Duo asked. In a few more days, replied Ni Tsuhua. What does in a few days mean? Duo tilted his head looking at Ni Tsuhua, his eyes full of question marks. Ni Tsuhua asked again, do you miss Yang Yang? I miss Yang Yang. Duo replied without hesitation. Ni Tsuhua laughed, do you know what missing means? You silly dog, missing Yang Yang. Duo tilted his head talking to Ni Tsuhua. Silly dog. Hearing this, Ni Tsuhua burst into laughter. This Duo, becoming smarter and smarter. Meow. Depang reached out his paw and tapped Duo. Angry, Duo jumped onto Depang's head and pecked fiercely, you dumb cat. Don't know about missing Yang Yang, the landlord's dumb son. Meow meow meow. Depang cried out in pain. Duo jumped to the ground, turning his back towards Depang. I'm not talking to you anymore. With Ni Yang not at home, Duo was really bored, so he flew to Deming Pavilion. Little rascal. I'm here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yanyan's expression changed, and she suddenly remembered that this beast was raised by Ni Yang. If it weren't for Ni Yang, she wouldn't have suffered this painful event. It was all because of Ni Yang. It was Ni Yang who spoke ill of her in front of Grandpa Du, causing him to misunderstand her and say hurtful things. If Grandpa Du hadn't spoken harsh words 10 days ago, she wouldn't have gone out to drink with Wei Haoguang in sorrow. If she hadn't gone to drink, she wouldn't have lost her innocence. It's all Ni Yang's fault. It's all because of her. Her life began to collapse ever since she met Ni Yang. Not just Ni Yang, she feared even this beast had spoken quite a few bad words about her. Perhaps this beast was even set up by Ni Yang to come here. Duo landed on Yanyan's shoulder. Yanyun, I'm hungry, so hungry. You wait a moment, Yanyun said, I'll get you some food. Great. Upon hearing about food, Duo's tiny eyes lit up. Yanyun took out a handful of bird feed from the drawer and presented it before Duo. Just as Duo was pecking at the bird feed with its small head lowered, Yanyun suddenly reached out and grabbed Duo. Her grip was so strong it caused Duo great pain. Duo sensed something was wrong and immediately struggled. Yang. Help. Murder. Yang. Duo had been taken in by Ni Yang when its feathers hadn't fully grown, so subconsciously, Ni Yang was its protector. In times of danger, the first one Duo thought of was Ni Yang. Shut up. A fierce light suddenly appeared in Yanyan's eyes. The next morning around 8, Ni Yang returned from country. Meow. As soon as she arrived home, Depeng enthusiastically greeted her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1078, Yang Gets Angry. _5. Ni Yang reached out and patted Depeng's head. Depeng, why are you alone? Where's your brother? Ni Zuhua replied with a smile, Yang, didn't you see Duo on the tree branch at the entrance of the village when you arrived? These days, it has been calling for you several times every day, waiting on the branch for you morning and evening. No, I haven't, Ni Yang shook her head. Not seen. That was a bit odd. Ni Zuhua frowned slightly, could it be that you didn't notice? Ni Yang said, even if I didn't notice, Duo should have seen me. Now, Ni Zuhua felt something was off, it seems I haven't seen Duo since last night, and with that, she called into the house, Mom, did you see Duo last night? Old Lady Shengwan came out of the room and after thinking said, I didn't see it. I remember when I locked the door last night, the bird's nest was still empty. The weather was still a bit chilly, so Ni Yang had built a warm little nest for Duo indoors. Since Duo often stayed out overnight, Old Lady Shengwan didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Suddenly, Ni Yang had a bad feeling in her heart and quickly set down her bags, I'll go out and look for it. Ni Zuhua said, it's not the first time Duo didn't come home at night. It must be fine, Yang, don't worry. You just got off the plane, have something to eat first. Ni Yang shook her head, no. I can't eat until I find Duo. Having spent 2 years with Duo, from chick to fully feathered adult, Ni Yang had come to see Duo as a member of the family. With that, Ni Yang hurried out the door. She went to Demingxian first. Besides liking to mingle with other birds outside, Duo also liked to fly into Old Du's house. Old Du was surprised to see Ni Yang. When did you get back? Ni Yang was also surprised, how do you know I haven't been home lately? It was Duo that told me. Old Du continued, you don't know how much that little fellow missed you, mentioning you several times a day, it missed you. I came to look for Duo, is Duo here? Ni Yang asked. Old Du shook his head, no, it has not come here for the past 2 or 3 days. Has Duo gone missing? Ni Yang nodded, yes, my mom said she hasn't seen it since last night. Since it's not here, I'll go look elsewhere. I'll come with you. Upon hearing about Duo's disappearance, Old Du was also very anxious. Ni Yang said, no need, I can go by myself. Old Du didn't insist, then call me when you find it. Will do. Since Duo wasn't at Old Du's place, Ni Yang had no choice but to visit several places Duo usually liked, but Duo was nowhere to be seen. Duo. Ni Yang called out urgently. Just then, a bird call sounded in the sky. Chirp. Ni Yang recognized it as Duo's mate, which had led her to find Duo when Old Du had caught it by mistake last year. Upon hearing the commotion, Old Master Zheng, Grandma Zheng, and Grandma Shengwan also ran out and were startled to see Duo in such a state, wiping their tears from heartache. Grandma Shengwan cried and asked, what in the world happened? Didn't Duo just miss one night at home? How could this have happened to it? Who did this? It's so immoral. Truly despicable. Yang, where did you find Duo? Yang handed the box with Duo to Tsuehua. Mom, I need to step out for a bit. Where are you going? To avenge Duo. After dropping these words, Yang got into the driver's seat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Wei Haoguang breathed a sigh of relief, quickly taking the girl and riding the motorcycle away. Not long after Wei Haoguang left, Yang saw Wu Yenyun coming towards her with a backpack. Seeing Yang, Wu Yenyun felt annoyed and tried to walk around her. What was Yang doing here? To persuade her to let go of the past, to forgive the Ni family, to forgive Tsuehua. Just then, a shadow blocked in front of Wu Yenyun. Stop. 2 words, very cold, as if wrapped with a layer of ice, chilling to the bone. Wu Yenyun looked up and saw that face as if veiled with snow, clear and distinct. Oddly, Wu Yenyun suddenly felt panic. She tried to suppress the fear in her heart, swallowed her saliva, and asked, "What do you want?" Yang's lips parted slightly. "Did you lock up Duo?" Wu Yenyun, looking unafraid, retorted, "I locked it up." "So what? Do you know that Duo is dead?" Yang's clenched fists trembled slightly. "Did you do it on purpose?" "So what if I did it on purpose?" Wu Yenyun's lips curled into a mocking smile. "From the looks of you, are you going to mourn that beast in sackcloth and ashes?" To think Yang had such a hypocritical face, if unknowing people saw her, they might think her own mother had died. Just a bird, and she actually cried over it. Such an act. Is it necessary? Really disgusting. Yang slightly furrowed her brows and raised her hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1081-2. Slap. A loud slap landed on Wu Yenyun's left cheek. Wu Yenyun's face was struck violently, her mouth corner oozing a trace of blood, her ears buzzing. She covered her left cheek, looking at Yang incredulously. "You hit me. Yang, you actually hit me over a beast." Could it be that in Yang's heart, her own younger sister is worse than a beast? That's laughably absurd. What bond of flesh and blood, what thicker than water? All lies. All of it is fake. Yang extended her hand and grabbed Wu Yenyun's chin, looking down at her. Duo is just a bird, how did it ever offend you? Why must you antagonize it? So Yang also knew that Duo was just a bird, huh? She's actually humiliating her own sister over a bird. Wu Yenyun's eyes were full of mockery. It deserved to die. That beast should have died long ago. It's good that it's dead. You think you're so mighty, Yang. If you're so mighty, why couldn't you save that beast? Do you know how miserably it died? By the end, Wu Yenyun even started laughing. Yang, don't think I don't know what you've been secretly doing. You used that beast to speak ill of me in front of others, you used that beast to spy on me. That beast is just as disgusting as you are. I wish I could tear that beast into pieces, but that would be too quick a death for it. I'd rather torture it slowly, letting it die in endless agony. Why should she be the only one to suffer this pain? She's only 18 this year, why should she bear the pain of being abandoned, sold, and deprived of her innocence? Yang should be the one suffering this pain. It was Ni Yang who caused her to end up this way. Without Ni Yang, none of this would have happened. So, in Wu Yanyan's eyes, Duo is a substitute for Ni Yang. When she was torturing Duo, she didn't feel it was cruel, but rather refreshing. Hearing these words, Ni Yang's hand holding Wu Yanyan's chin trembled. Before her eyes flashed over and over the scene of Duo lying in the palm of her hand. It was in so much pain, so uncomfortable, so desperate to live, yet she was powerless, and the culprit of it all was Wu Yanyan. Then you should accompany Duo in death. As the words fell, Ni Yang pulled out a dagger from her waist, the sunlight making the cold blade gleam. At that moment, Ni Yang burst out with a bloodthirsty ferocity. She's gone mad. Ni Yang has gone mad. She's actually harboring murderous intentions against her own sister. Wu Yanyan's pupils shrank, the reflection of the dagger in her eyes growing larger. Just when the dagger was about to strike down, she closed her eyes tightly in fright. Shoo! The expected pain did not come. Wu Yanyan opened her eyes, only to see Ni Yang holding a strand of hair in her hand, her eyes filled with chilling coldness.